हेलो 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 दोस्तों, वी आर बैक विद अ वॉच पार्टीज। तो कैसे हो, गेम शो आ गए हैं अपन पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का वॉच पार्टी करने। आज से 3 दिन जो मजे आने वाले वो एकदम नेक्स्ट लेवल है भाई, क्योंकि तुमको पता है आज से फाइनल शुरू हो रहा है अपने पीएमडब्ल्यूसी का। प्लस मेरे को ये भी नहीं पता कितने सालों बाद 2 इंडियन टीम खेलेगी। फाइनल्स तो छोड़ो, इंटरनेशनल 2 इंडियन टीम साथ खेल रही है, मतलब एक लॉबी में 2 टीम। ये भी बहुत टाइम बाद हो रहा है, तो मजा आएगा ये देख के। कंपटीशन बहुत हैवी रहेगा, सो या इट विल बी फन ब्रो, इट विल बी फन, बहुत मजा आएगा। हाँ भाई लोग, कितने कितने सालों बाद 2 इंडियन टीम एक लॉबी में खेल रही है इंटरनेशनल पे। ये किसी को आइडिया है क्या कितने टाइम बाद हो रहा है ये? इट विल बी फन भाई, फन भी होगा, इंटेंसिटी भी बहुत हाई होगी। प्लस अपन चाहते हैं कि भाई अपन ने जो 2 टीम है दोनों में से कोई एक वो ट्रॉफी अपने घर ले आए एंड सबकी छाती चौड़ी कर दे। ऑफ कोर्स कर दी ऑलरेडी, बट अगर ट्रॉफी और आ जाती ना ब्रो, माहौल सेट हो जाता। बाकी अपन डायरेक्ट गेम्स के लिए भी चलते, क्योंकि अभी वॉच पार्टी तो ये हो गया। अपने को मैप मैप चाहिए क्या भाई लोग? मैप चाहिए तो मैप का भी सिस्टम कर देता हूं मैं। डू यू गाइस वांट मैप? मैप फिट चाहिए क्या? फाइनली आ गए। यस 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 यस, तुम्हारा भाई इज हियर। टेंशन नॉट मैन, आ चुके।
At EWC 26 News, my name is the 7WG, and I'm joined by another
आखिरी 3 दिन है अपने ये EWC के PMWC के।
I'm super pumped today for the finals.
3 दिन में
I think we've got a lot to cover for
मजा
you
आएगा
guys today, but of course we're here to bring you the program and break it down for you.
I think so too, because right
What's
now
up, Ritam bhai,
we
क्या
have
हाल है?
some important news. And
Welcome,
that is
welcome,
the $3
welcome.
million prize pool
Map
is
stream
on the
चाहिए।
line. The format
मैप फिट चाहिए क्या? रुको मैं ले आता
straight
हूं।
simple. It's going to be
Wait.
top 16 teams
Map
are going to be
fit चाहिए
playing,
ना?
so they have made it from group stages, from survival, from all of that.
EWC
on the
मैप
line. Only one team's going to be able to
मैं
lift that
चालू रख
trophy,
देता
though.
हूँ ताकि
I
वो
mean,
जैसे
that's
शुरू
some
होगा
serious cash money for
आपको
our
दिख
teams,
जाएगा।
but of course, what would you spend it on?
Ooh, I don't know.
अभी तक आया नहीं है, शुरू नहीं हुआ मैप स्ट्रीम। जैसे ही होगा अपन कर लेंगे, ठीक है?
You know what? Even then, it wouldn't really reach it. But we do have some record breakers that are going to be at risk, because earlier on we did get
किरण
some.
भाई क्या हाल है? वेलकम।
29
What's up भाई लोग?
That
Almost
wasn't in the
5
finals.
years, almost
These
6
record
years।
breakers
वही
right
तो बोल रहा हूँ।
there are only for the finals.
Yeah, and that was none other than our E-Arena being able to get that on map.
मतलब बहुत टाइम बाद यार।
They have a lot to contest too.
आप ये जो 5 साल बोल रहे हो ना, ये 5
Super
साल क्या है
exciting. Can they be
कि
able
कोई
to do that
फाइनल्स
again?
खेली थी इंडियन
I
टीम,
mean, I don't know if they're going to be
But
able
I
to.
guess
Looking at that
2
Tony
टीम
Kid,
थोड़ी थी तब, कि 2 थी।
53 eliminations. I
बाकी
don't know
यार
if
2 टीम
anybody
जो है
is
अपनी,
ever gonna be able to beat that,
वो फाइनल्स
because
खेल रहे हैं
that
बहुत
man
टाइम बाद।
was on a tear during that tournament.
I mean, everything is on a tear during that moment, and I, you know, just gotta make sure we don't tear something behind this.
28
Talking about
CR
crazy
final
stuff,
amount।
we had some insane moments,
मतलब जो जीता वो तो हो
especially
गया,
group stages during survival.
जो
In
जीता
case you
उससे
missed
काम
it,
हो गया है।
let's just back it up a little bit. Let us just
जो
rewind.
जीता
Not only with 7-1
उसका काम पूरा हो चुका है,
finals, but
डन
that
हो
boy
चुका है।
almost ended up blowing himself up.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta
Big
stick
shame,
your
अरे
foot
नहीं,
close
आज
and
वो
aim right into your pocket.
BGMS अपन नहीं कर
Sometimes you
रहे,
just wanna call one of those
BGMS
cover
अपन
players
करेंगे
and
अभी
let's
डायरेक्ट
flash you.
3 दिन बाद से कंटिन्यूस करेंगे, कोई टेंशन
They
नहीं।
still were able to do
अभी
some
3 दिन के
incredible
लिए अपन
stuff
थोड़ा
because how
PMWC
the
देखते
second
एंजॉय
round
करते,
teams make it through
अपने
today.
इंडियन टीम को
Yeah,
सपोर्ट
they didn't
करते,
make it through. That could have been
क्योंकि
why, but
ये
Warren
मौके
is one
बार
of
बार
those
नहीं
teams
आते,
that made it here,
समझ
and
रहे हो?
Sleepy is
और
gonna
ऐसा
be hoping
नजरिया
that he is
बहुत
not
टाइम बाद
sleepy
देखने मिल रहा है।
today, because he's
So, yeah.
like Lace, wake up, because if he does end up doing that, he could end up costing them the championship.
जेली भाई कब खेले थे इंटरनेशनल? अभी लास्ट गया तो था वो, बट वो था कि क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए थे आगे के
need
लिए।
to lock in and prepare for what's to come, because it's going to be a bit of a grueling day for them all. But I mean, you know, that's the news that
गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया
we want to bring you
भाई,
the
गणपति
action
बाप्पा
and the
मोरिया।
love.
आज तो भाई
But we want to crush some keys most of all.
Yeah, I want to see which
आज के
keys are
6
gonna be
मैचेस
crushed,
में ही
but in
मतलब
case you missed it, we do have
domination
special
आ जाए ना
report
अपना,
from our
बात खत्म है।
STC Rewind.
तगड़ा सा डोमिनेशन चाहिए अपने एंड से, अपनी टीम के एंड से। क्या हो गया इसको? अरे मसाज मिल रहा है भाई यहाँ तो। अबे यहाँ तो तगड़ा मसाज मिल रहा है। ये ले।
We are very sorry
Yeah,
to all our
massage,
viewers
bro.
at home. One of our casters got a little bit too comfy. Now, production, let's please throw it
Quality
to
down है।
Polaris
क्या बात
with
कर
the
रहे हो?
STC rewind.
एकदम max है, bro.
From Pmwc, day 1 here at EWC 26 for the
आ चुकी
finals.
है,
We
सारी
have
teams
got
आ चुकी है
ourselves
पीछे।
an absolute
बस भाई,
treat here for the
hopefully-
STC rewind. We're going to look
पहले
back at
match
everything
से
that's gone on
flow
so
बने,
far.
Rondo
Max,
है।
groups to start
flow
things
बने।
off.
भाई
Group
क्या
A and
एक
B,
बार
the leaders looked
वो देख ली
fantastic
थी।
coming through into the
Drop
final.
fight
Kevin,
क्या
of course,
सीन है?
looking at Group A in particular, it was the Pakistani domination with 4 thrives getting so many points, and really the one word to describe their performance
अगर मैं
is consistency. Every
drop
single
देखूँ
player
ना?
putting points on the board, in particular, Valak, right?
पहले देखने के आपको ड्रॉप्स देखने के सारी टीम्स के। मेरे पास है ना उसका लिस्ट पड़ा है कि किसके कहाँ ड्रॉप है। मैंने मतलब स्क्रीनशॉट लेके रखा है ऑलरेडी। वैसे मैं वर्बली बता दूं तो देखो, मीरामार में अपन इरेंगल वो सर रोंडो से शुरू करते हैं। रोंडो का तो चलो भसड़ ही है पूरा, ठीक है। रोंडो का
In day
तो
number 2 for their
बात करके
groups.
फायदा
They
नहीं
came
है।
out kind of swinging as well, finishing off at 148 points. I think just an insane result. from them.
इरेंगल में भी
Absolutely
अपने इंडियन
incredible,
टीम्स का
especially looking at
कोई
Federalis with
ड्रॉप
the
फाइट
insane
नहीं है,
peaks he
बट
was
ये है
doing there,
कि
just almost breaking the game at times.
कीड़ा और निग्मा
Incredible
गैलेक्सी की
performance
फाइट
from them, and
होती है।
also the duo Ray, but looking now
तो
at the
थर्ड
teams
पार्टी
in
अपन मार
second place of
सकते
their
हैं।
groups, right? The
और
Indian teams
इंगुटाइन
of
और
Orangutan and also
गॉडलाइक ये दोनों
Godlike.
क्लोज ही है।
One big question I do have today,
इरेंगल का
Kalaris, is that
वैसे
they do not have the smash
मीरामार
ruling in
में
their home
ये क्या देख
region.
रहा हूँ?
So if they do get into a point where they can contend for that number 1 spot in
अरे!
day 3, how are they going to be reacting to that
मीरामार
smash
में तो
ruling?
साला
That's a good question, man.
गॉडलाइक
For a
और
long,
ओजी
long
सेम
time,
ड्रॉप पे।
an infinite amount of time. In fact, they've never really truly been in a lobby quite
Hopefully भाई
this
अपने अपने लूट के
powerful.
निकल जाए।
The chips are all down here at PMWC.
दोनों
So we'll see
मिनास
how
जाने
they're gonna
वाली
be
है,
able to work
गॉडलाइक
that
और
out.
ओजी।
However, I think
ये
that
क्या
some
बात
of
है?
their consistent play style, really locking
दोनों
down
भाई,
areas
दोनों
and
दवाई
eventually
वाला
being
सीन है
able
क्या
to
वहाँ पे?
adapt as time goes on.
पर
Hopefully
fight
they've
नहीं
got
होनी
enough
चाहिए।
time to be able to
पर
even
fight नहीं
tweak
होनी
some of
चाहिए
those
दोनों की।
kind of results and kind of tweak some of those tactics to be able to push themselves all the way up to the top. Let's talk about the survival stage though, because we had a wild
अनाउंसमेंट हो भी
survival stage.
या
What do you think
मैन
of the
मैंने
results?
बोला था ना भाई
Tell me,
हैंग हो
with that
जाओगे।
one, I was a little bit upset by their
और
performance.
आका भाई भी
in
अपने
what
अपने
they
साथ
brought it
ऑफिशियली
back
आ
in that
चुके हैं।
survival stage.
तो अभी
QZZ
PC
doing
गेम,
QZZ things, putting up big numbers.
मैराथन
Milu,
स्ट्रीम
I
वो
wanted to
सारी
see a
राका
player
भाई के
perform
साथ
on the
गिरेंगे।
same level as
कोई
QZZ
टेंशन
on the
नहीं।
international stage.
समझ रहे हो?
Milu a 1v4 versus
मजा आएगा।
RRQ, putting them down in that
नॉन
elimination
स्टॉप
stage.
अभी
And
मैं
able to
राका भाई
actually
वगैरह
become the
प्लान
MVP
करेंगे एक
of
प्रॉपर
survival
सी
stage. I'm very impressed.
मैराथन
I feel
स्ट्रीम
like one
का
of the biggest storylines were in the
and,
last few games, Kalaris, the teams who were able to barely make
ले
it
आएंगे
back
भाई,
up, and
मजे ले
that
आएंगे।
has to bring up the conversation about Ulf.
Yeah, it really does. That last game, getting them over the finish line, and you could see the emotion and kind of
5 मिनट का डिले
probably
बजे
relief on their faces
पता है
when
ये
they were
जो
able
विवाद
to
चल
get
रहा है
that
ना,
victory.
ये
This is a
5
team
मिनट
of
पहले
course
सारा
that
रिकॉर्ड हुआ है
arguably
and
coming
अभी
in,
ये
a lot of pundits, a lot of
मतलब
experts
5
had
मिनट
them
पहले
in the
ये
top 5,
शूट
if
हुआ है
not
ना, अभी
trying
ये
to
लाइव
challenge
चल
for the
रहा है वैसे।
championship as a whole. So for them to squeak in towards the end of the survival stage, it feels like some vindication.
बहुत मुश्किल होता है भाई 5 मिनट डिले में
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
सारा
Every
काम
single
कर
player
रहा
doing great. I mean,
अभी
everyone
समझ लो
and
कि
Kesh
भाई
doing
मैंने
great. You know
कमेंट
what?
अब
The
की अभी
player that I
पढ़ी
would say was the MVP of
कि
Ulf was
लोज
Scarface.
भाई कैसे
Yeah,
हो?
oh my goodness, he came out of
ये मैंने
nowhere
जो
and said,
बोला
"You
ये
know
आपको
what, guys, I've
5
got this
मिनट
one.
बाद
I'll do it
सुनाई
myself and
देगा,
qualify
वैसा हो
to the
जाता है,
grand
पूरा
finals."
सिस्टम
So
हैंग हो जाता है।
right now I would say I got that glimmer of hope, just like we had at PMGC last year, or even PMGO Season 1 this year in Jakarta, that they can be on the podium and maybe break that second place curse.
And that's just a few of
जर्सी
the
चेंज
world-class teams that
अरे
are
यार मेरे पे नहीं
representing
है यार वो
in the
इंडियन
final
जर्सी
for
कोई मेरे पे
PMWC
पड़ी नहीं है
at EWC 26.
मैं
You
देखता हूँ
wanna
अगर हुआ
stay
तो कल
tuned.
एक
You
मंगवा
wanna see
लेता
all of
हूँ
these
पर
teams
इतना जल्दी
fight
आएगा
for
नहीं,
that
मेरा
grand
सिटी
prize
बड़ा
pool.
खतरनाक है कि
Thank you, special reporter Kalaris, coming in with the information. Now, let's talk about the club championship. AGAL got eliminated.
बाकी लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करते रहो ज्वेल्स आने दो
Don't forget that we still have Vitality and we still have
ज्वेल्स में कमी नहीं आनी चाहिए ज्वेल्स आने दो लाइक करते रहो
I mean, they'll get a cool
एंजॉय करो आज की ये स्ट्रीम नॉन स्टॉप 6 घंटे की है
Never
and
interrupt me
घंटा
again,
full on
Seven.
मचा देंगे
But that's fine. Glitter, with our CC update, is going to interrupt and on standby to bring us the club championship.
भाई हिंदी में देख लो अरे हिंदी का सीन ऐसा है ना और डिले अब
As
तो
we head
ऑलरेडी
into
डिले है
finals
और
for
डिले
PUBG Mobile, and
इससे
as
जो
we
अपन ये
prepare for
देखते
the
हैं वो
Penn
इंग्लिश
Ultimate
भी
Championship weekend
देखना
here at
जरूरी है
EWC, as is tradition, it's time for another club
I
championship.
still
update,
watching you from
because
last
this
3 years, but
is
from
what
last
all
1
of
year,
our
lot
clubs are
of
fighting
happiness.
for.
I'm
The
seeing
title,
you
the
playing.
honor,
God
the
bless you
ability
always
to
being
etch
an
their
elder brother
names in
from
the history books
Gandhinagar.
of
जय माता
EWC.
जय
So
माता
let's
दी
talk
केडी
about
भाई
what that
ये
means
उछले मजा
for
मा
this weekend.
एंजॉय करो भाई
On the Allianz Vault,
स्ट्रीम
we have
एंजॉय
the
करो
likes of
एंड
Liquid,
तमोजे प्रेम समय
Falcons,
मने आपो जो
AGAL,
कंटिन्यूस
all
रखो भाई
fighting
क्या
for points
ऊपर जाके
in
भाई
their
गुजरात तो नाम
respective
एकदम
games.
on
And
top ले जाओ
honestly, they're going into semifinals
in this
today.
industry
Whittling
gaming
it down to top 4, it's going to be a big one. Then
Blinkit
at
करो
the
Blinkit पे
SCC
होगी क्या
Arena, little bit of a repeat here
वो
because
कर
we
लेते
also
अगर
have
हुआ तो
Falcons
करती
in the running, and we're also keeping our eyes on Vitality, which could be a
मेरे
big
को
one.
मुश्किल लग
As
रही
Vitality is in 4th overall in our CC leaderboard. But as we take a look towards our stage at PUBG Mobile, we get Vitality yet
अबे है रे
again. They are one of our big
भाई लोग हैं
teams
मंगा लूं
expected to do well. But the real question is, will the likes of Four Thrives,
है
Orangutan,
मंगाओ
even Tiamba take those points away from them? Will Vitality be able to usurp Falcons or
मंगा दे
AGAL?
रुको
This
है
is the perfect
available
week
है
and opportunity for them to do so. We're going to have a lot of updates coming your way over the next couple days, and as we know more,
Wait,
of course,
wait,
we'll make
wait.
sure to let you know.
अब मेरे को लार्ज आएगी या मीडियम आएगी ये
Thanks
नहीं
to our
पता
special reporting,
बट अपन
being able to
लार्ज
cut
मंगा
class and just do that CC update. Thank you, Glitter. But we gotta talk about Sony's story of the day here because this is the finals, and there's some teams, Lace, that have just been
Mangaro.
outperforming like crazy. Vitality being one of those.
Of course, Vitality, they were able to get the exact same score that For Thrives did over 2 days. So if you
Yeah, yaar,
don't
मेरा limit आ
understand
गया है,
how much of a
1 लाख
juggernaut
का।
team this is, well then you better
Try
wait
payment.
and lock in.
Yeah, another one that we saw there as well is Godlike. I personally have Godlike finishing in the top 5. This team for a first
Bro, दोनों
international
OG and
event
Godlike
from
दोनों
India,
करेगी,
they
not
have
only
been
Godlike.
performing so well. And is that Snacks Gaming that I see by? Turn left.
अच्छा स्नैक्स वहां से लाइव कर रहा है ना अभी हाँ
Maybe we'll
हाँ
get a
हाँ
chance to talk to him later.
वो भी
But
पैरिस
we
ही है
do
ना
have some more special reporters, none other than Maxman and Amatura.
Okay,
Let's see
okay,
what
okay.
they're up to.
And here we have it. We are here at the analyst corner
कर दिया
for some good old PMWC 2026 at EWC
ऐसा नहीं
2026.
करना, ये मेरे
breakdown.
दूसरे अकाउंट से कर
And
दिया।
I'm going to be
चिल्ला।
joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all, we got Michael, Niptura, Jackson right here at the stage. How are we doing, Niptura?
Very well indeed. I'm not going to do what you want me to do. I'll save that for later.
Those by,
for now, yeah,
Raka bhai ko nahi?
we're looking very
No,
good.
माँ,
Excited
क्या
for the
Raka bhai
final.
को नहीं
We are
जानते
dressed
क्या?
up for the occasion. We are ready
One
to
of the
go.
OGs
Yeah,
bro
like I said, looking at the teams, I know that Niptura, you really
But
want
अगर
to
आप
jump in on
BGMI
Godlike
सिर्फ
because
देखती हो,
this
तो
team
आप
got
नहीं
out of
जानते
nowhere
रहोगे।
in Group B and made it straight into the
Raka bhai
finals.
I mean, out of
versatile
nowhere is
है।
a pretty good
Mobile में
good
कम,
description
but
of it.
PC
We
में
were
ज़्यादा
not
खेलती।
expecting too much simply because of the lack of experience.
मजा आएगा
compared
उनके
to
साथ
the
PC
other
में मजा आएगा
groups, right?
मतलब
The
मेरे
other
लिए वो
players, the
मिसिंग
other
था कोई
teams.
PC गेम वाला एंड वो मिल
They
चुके हैं
performed
ये बहुत
very,
मजा आएगा
very well. I mean, we had them
भाई यार अपने Godlike के
in the group
चर्चे हो रहे
overall only by 1 point ahead of Aurora, you know, a few points behind Four Thrives, who had a big group stage, and the back-to-back
ये
wins
fight
on
थी, ये
Miramar
fight तगड़ी
Rondo
निकाली थी।
over the span of both days was just
Sound
really,
बड़ा
really
बड़ा
nice.
बड़ा।
I really enjoyed how they've been playing. They played more comps, working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of
आज
people,
power
especially when
चलना
it comes to
चाहिए
Godlike,
भाई।
are highlighting, you know,
Power
they're looking
Admino
at
सौम्या।
S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I
इनकी
would say
गन चलनी
Soulmate
चाहिए,
in particular
मानिया
has
का
been doing
दिमाग।
absolutely
हो गया।
fantastic for the entirety of Godlike. So you can see a little bit of a B shot there, them getting ready for this event. But you know what? Godlike is one of the many teams that are going to be here
इतना
trying to
चलिए ना,
compete
मजा आ
for
जाएगा।
that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possibly to join the desk right here. But we have to summon him.
Oh, yes.
Niptro, so you ready? 3, 2, 1. Vitality.
ये पेरिस में शूट किया
Oh,
नहीं
no.
है
Oh,
पेरिस
no,
से
wait,
लगा।
wait, wait.
Okay,
Right, time
okay.
to, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time.
Yeah.
Vitality. So
Vitality
Vitality, what are we thinking, Blank?
ये भी टीम बहुत प्यारी है वहाँ क्या
coming
बहुत
in
मार
for
दी है
Vitality so far, doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy Ray, as well as Federales and Axel, looking fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federales, opening up a completely new style of shotgun play, which looks completely ridiculous in Game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality.
Oh, thank you for the insight. Also,
Hey,
Axel,
look,
by the way,
Jewels
the
आने
RGL
दो।
between some big numbers, especially on that one game against Hora on the beaches west of George Pole. So this team, with
Jewels
how
आने दो,
impressive
फटफट
they were
Jewels
in
आने
the
दो।
opening day of their respective group, which was Group B, right, Niptran and
तब
Blank.
जर्सी आ रही तब तक आप
Can
लोग
we see
ज्वेल्स आने
something
दो
similar going into this one, Blank, Mr. Vitality? Ooh.
Mr.
गेम का आवाज हम लोग को अपना तेज करो देखो गेम का इतना रखते
Yeah,
मैं
I do
मेरा
think
बढ़ाता
that
हूँ
bigger,
ठीक
I
है
mean, Vitality's going to do very well.
देखो ये फीडबैक बहुत सारे आए थे बट
The
मैंने
spiritual
किया नहीं था
successes,
इसका
of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well. I think
अब
that there's
देखना,
not a
मेरा
player on
वसी
that
अरे।
team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment.
गेम का
And
भी
the funny
ज़्यादा,
thing
मेरा
for
उससे
me
ज़्यादा।
right now,
ये सही है।
Nectar, is that Razy and Razak
All
are
set।
particularly the guys that are stepping up the heat despite so
मतलब
much
ये मेरे को आया था
talk
कि आपकी
about
आवाज
them.
ही नहीं आती
Axel and
हमको
Federales
वही
have come
तो
in
नहीं
looking very
अब
hot.
आई
and I
गेस
think
मैं
that's
आपको
the
मेरी
most
आवाज आ रही
promising
होगी
thing.
Absolutely. I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in globally, just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skills despite their various roles, right? You don't have just one or two. It's very, very nice to see that come through for them. So, yeah, it's very, very strong looking. And also the fact that they can get so many wins, we were talking about that in the group stage, right? We get so many of those wins, it makes it interesting for that Smash rule that we actually could have a lot of hope for this team to actually come through the pressure and get that win.
Yeah, it's very nice to like 4 Thrives. They can actually get wins because they do get contention for the Smash ruling and the trophy. Actually, put them in a really good contention to be crowned your PMWC 2026 champions. Now, we already talked about one of the Indian teams. I think it's time to focus on the other Indian team, which is going to be Orangutan, Niptura. You already talked about them. So Blank, Orangutan, what are we thinking today?
You know what? I think Orangutan, for them, I think right now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis, though, has to be on Aru, though. I got to talk to him a fair few times this event. Lovely guy, by the way. Really, really lovely guy. Great chatter. I mean, I talk a lot, you see. I think that's sometimes a problem for other people. But for Aru, goodness me, I could just sit there and listen to him all day. But he's bringing a lot of the eliminations. He's also bringing a lot of guidance to the squad. Now, there were a couple of moments. I think we're actually seeing on screen now one of those moments, which was a little bit difficult right now for Orangutan. They moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit of, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you are in these high pressure situations, it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. So much of that, and so yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how tight they can actually rank up in the finals. But with that said, a final team I'd like to talk about here, which is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better, and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're level up with maybe the trophies in the cards for these
15 मिनट में शुरू होगा मेरे ख्याल से.
Predicted by Max.
Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered, because last time we saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing.
BGMI Lite का भाई यार मेरे को कैसा पता भाई अभी यार आ जाना BGMI Lite, PUBG Lite, Global Lite सारा सही
poking at them,
दिल खोल के प्यार दो
they still need to play this really passive game. I think some of that aggression's coming back now, and that's good news going in towards the finals.
जर्सी का यारी
Go for it.
I agree. I want to see more from them, though. I think in the group stage, you know, they've been heralded as a very, very aggressive, forward-playing team, and I think in the group stages, we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the finals, but you know what? It could be just a simple thing of, like a lot of teams do, they're saving it for the finals, and so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they can do.
It kind of remind me of 4 Thrives, since every player has that clutch factor. It's especially interesting. They go from PMGC last year to qualifying because of an airdrop on Miramar, barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently are able to qualify straight into the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially as they picked up the mantle of the Deep Xavier earlier this year, right?
कितने मैचेस होंगे 6 मैच बैक टू बैक.
Also, last thing,
B2B 6 मैच.
Chicken.
Whoa, Chicken right there. There you go. Check him out.
Let's go Team India, Suraj bhai. Let's go.
EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters,
ये
Max
जो
and
caster है, ये जो left वाला है ना, ये बड़ा
where we got the
हल्सू
budget
है.
to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him
भाई
saying
तो आराम कर ले रे बात बात पे.
100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7. I do believe we are missing one caster.
We are. Oh, not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Calares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Our senior reporter for PUBG Mobile here for PMWC, and a major
God,
has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movements going on here.
By
Actually,
DAY on top. अपने matches कैसे यार?
this
वो
is the
देखा नहीं
problem
मैंने.
with commentators. A lot of the times they just go wild. They
Smash
somehow
rule
get,
क्या है?
he's on the move. He's on the move.
Smash rule में ऐसे है कि
actually
अगर मैं गलत रहूँ तो मेरे को सही कर देना. जो सेकंड डे के पॉइंट्स होंगे, ठीक है? थर्ड डे जब शुरू होगा, जो एकदम टॉप टीम रहेगी, उसके ऊपर प्लस 10 पॉइंट्स हो जाएंगे, ठीक है? जैसे समझ लो कि किसी टीम के 90 पॉइंट है, तो 100 पॉइंट के ऊपर कोई भी टीम जाती है एंड वो चिकन लेती है तो वो जीत गई. वैसा होता है. बट वो है कि समझ लो कि अपने गॉडलाइक के 100 पॉइंट है, तो थर्ड दिन को 110 पॉइंट के ऊपर कोई भी टीम जाएगी, चिकन मारेगी, वो लेके गई ट्रॉफी.
John Allen. It looks.
मतलब मैं एकदम सिंपल आंसर में बताया हूँ.
They might have the John Allen.
बट बहुत मुश्किल है भाई.
Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that. I think they've got him. I think they've got him.
कोई भी जीत सकता है वैसे.
Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC.
अरे बेहोश कर दिया रे, लपेट लिया.
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this man was on a
लपेट
loose.
लिया,
We
मार
weren't
दिया
able to
भाई
find
को.
him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able
आगे
to
भाई
send
लोग,
somebody to actually
ज्वेल्स
find him.
भेजो, मैं आता हूँ, ठीक है?
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as
सिस्टम
our
आ चुका है
player
अपना.
7.
They
मैं
really
आता
do
हूँ.
because there is an alert right now
Jewels
going on, and
भेजो,
that is that the
Indian
players
flags
are
and
ready.
do.
We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
Months of preparation, thousands of hours played, and sacrifices have led to this point. Life-changing money sits on the horizon and a legacy that dreams are made of.
We saw it in the group stage, we saw it in the survival stage. These teams are here for a reason, and every single one of them can actually clutch it all and become our PMWC champion.
Today marks the beginning of a 3-day gauntlet that each of our teams have to navigate. Each day more intense than the last.
Barney, I think we don't have to wait. The players look really ready, and it is time for us to welcome our finalists on the Giria City grid, starting with Arena!
Oof Esports!
Furia!
Nongshim Red Force!
Al Hula Club Esports!
May I come in?
Tianba!
Yeah! Yeah!
S2G Esports!
The man in blue! The man in blue!
Nigma
Le! The man in blue, man! Woo! Boy, जजरी है!
Flash!
जजरी है, bro! क्या अपनी टीम नहीं आई ना? आगे! Yeah! कॉन्फिडेंट है! चेहरे पे है! कॉन्फिडेंस दिख रहा! वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दिए थोड़ा। कीड़ा कमबैक जो मारा था इन्होंने।
orangutan.
ले आ जाओ भाई लोग, इनको तो टाइम भी मिल गया ग्राइंड का.
Team Vitality.
And finally, for Thrives Esports.
इन्होंने कैसे किया पता, नीचे से ऊपर लेके आए. ओजी सेकंड ही तो लास्ट सेकंड आई. 40
We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next 3 days. On Sunday, we will crown the greatest team in the world. So start as you mean to go on.
Absolutely no room for mistake. If you want to be the best team in the world, you need to prove it from the very first day. The Pmwc Finals at PMwc 2026 starts right now.
क्या अरीना बन रखा है, क्या अरीना बन रखा है.
Players from all corners of the world laser focused on one thing, the title of PMWC champion.
एक ट्रॉफी के पीछे पागल हो जाएंगे आज.
Adapt faster and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
So welcome to the
Hacker lobby है, बोल
PMWC
सकते हैं.
PMWC
Hacker lobby है पूरी.
2026.
And RRQ are looking to do it here. Pushing up close and personal. With the nade!
भाई मैं तो पहले मैच के लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ कि क्या होगा, क्या माइंडसेट लेके आई है सारी टीम. क्या वाइटलिटी आज भी घुस के मारने वाली है या क्या करने वाली है वो देखना है.
Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the elims and burn yourself down.
ओजी को अपना गेम स्टाइल रखना चाहिए.
What a shutdown.
Low start but end में chicken convert वगैरह.
In 6.
And godlike चीजें खेल रही हो best है.
Nate misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot.
भाई ये क्लच था.
takes him away as tourniquet.
अच्छा दिया था.
Closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a finish! It's
दे पप्पी.
S power is just insane.
पावर आज चलना चाहिए, कुछ भी हो पावर की शॉटगन चलनी चाहिए आज.
And opening the fight for his team, a full 4v4.
पावर सोम्या का जो दिमाग है वो भी चल ले, जैसे उसने खेला था इरेंगल सेम. टेल्स उड़ाओ, पोजी पॉइंट्स ले आओ, सारी चीजें वो सही कर दे.
This moment, Adamino for the closing play has gone like, take this chicken dinner with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces. Say, give me
पहले
some
चिकन के बाद की
noise,
खुशी भी है.
man. It's godlike time to shine.
You see on Rondo, it is madness in the Ox Factory. Nice. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges.
भाई पहला रोंडो है ऊपर से.
The roster's in half.
मारा मारी होगी रोंडो में पूरी.
Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru's still going strong. Tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But
99 points पे और next match में 100 point के साथ चिकन निकाल के तो वो चैंपियन हो. 99 आई तो 109.
hit the last shot.
10 point
India
difference.
grabs the back-to-back from day 1 to day 2. This team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
भाई लोग लाइक कर दो.
I don't think we could have set the stage
क्या
better
बात कर रहे, शुरू हो गया क्या?
So it's
सबके हाथ
ironic
में
that we
मोबाइल
were
है.
featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
I'm slouching, but hopefully the players aren't.
because this is a day, right? Day
Admin
one
same device
always
पे
gives you
खेलता
the
है ना
most
सब?
freedom,
क्या
the
system है?
most chance to get a big buffer online
भाई लोग
without that stress. Because we saw that come through in survival stage.
ये पाजी ready हो जाओ.
Sweating,
ये हो गया,
teams
start
were
हो गया,
shaking
start हो गया.
in their boots. But it's
Let's
time to get
go.
boots on the ground.
Rondo
over
start हो
on
गया.
Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab
Jai Mata
that
Di.
gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to E-Arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Match time, it's match time.
If there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even further. Hey man, there's no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live from the Qiddiya City grid at Pmwc, at EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll
चलो भाई लोग, flag
Never going
spam
to be
कर
the
दो.
same here at this rate.
Indian flags आन दो chat में and जय माता दी.
It is time to crown a new victor.
पहला game है,
Who's
hopefully
going to be the
अच्छा
defending
start हो.
champion? Will they be able to defend it next time? But right now, all that matters is getting those points
Hopefully अपना अच्छा start हो and
online.
पहली game थी वो flow बन गया
For
team
day
इंडिया का.
one of finals, match one, Rondo. Let's get it started.
Energy in the arena already. It's good to hear you, Paris. Let's keep that energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you.
भाई पता नहीं फट क्यों रही है देखने में भी.
We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency and the level of aggression we've seen from these teams back in their respective groups was intense. Now we put that all together. A big hodgepodge of talent. They're going to be stepping over each other, Blanks.
I mean, they will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly. As soon as these players start dropping in. E-Arena here, though, and teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd stadium drop where they've been searching out players from different teams on their res peak and positions. Now, if you are remembering our game versus Alpha 7, just the other day, on survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but E-Arena made their lives extremely difficult, but it wasn't just them. Let's see what E-Arena can get done, because a lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side with this plane path as the fights do open up towards Yulin.
Just how hot are these drops going to be and how much aggression is going to come out instantly. We see that opening knock from the side of 4 Thrives as Razy on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players from Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds.
आतंकी भी knock finish हो गया.
Couldn't see a blank.
QZZ already hitting the knocks left, right,
OG का
center.
bad start है. Buffer क्यों हो रहा है?
Up to 4, QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47. That is an incredible result already for Tiamba. They should be able to get the easy res peak, and they've already cleared out most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Horror look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Horror,
OG का bad start है, but कोई ना, recall है, chill है.
And that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just coming through. Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 Thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the nice close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
S2G का. But वो दूर है, recall हो जाएगा. आतंकी recall दे देगा.
Start as you mean to proceed, it seems then for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
That's a great lineup, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what both kind of lacked a little bit of. But for that Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression over in the group stages. They're looking to bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams. The lost moves up, already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. One nade, one dream.
Oh, you get
down. Yeah, it's nice bit of chip damage on the peak.
Nice.
Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Yusuf, that Solkay at least at distance is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams late game. Aaron now coming against Win, bears them off HP, but at distance it's Milu. Once again, Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
Tiamba got next level starting.
This is the dream start for Tiamba. And Milu, the fact that he's got 6 individual eliminations alone, he was just popping off back in the games we'd seen previously. If he feeds the hot hand,
and we knock day. Let's go.
We're talking about. And there's no luck involved.
Pahila point
spin, which you can join in with us
India ka pahila point
right now for the 2026 Pmwc, for the exclusive 2026 Pmwc tournament set, which you can see on screen regularly in game. Make sure to try your chances just like QZZ and this spray down with the S12K. We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were touching on the fact if you can have a huge pop-off game on Rondo, the extra buffer of points from the sheer quantity of additional eliminations you can garner from this battleground, it's worth its weight in gold, especially in a 3-day finals environment like this. You've got to get in there and get stuck into the thick of it, and Tiamba are doing just that.
Again, for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started out so incredibly hot. The weight was off them a lot of times. Milu making that 1v4 look real easy. I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They're already in. They're just pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. Technically, game 2. But it also means the further you are ahead, the harder it is for teams to catch up to you to also get into that Smash ruling. So we are looking for more similar result to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day. It might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
Yeah, it will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things. How big of a barrier that'll be. And really, if other teams have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them. That's one for the future, though. But now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just how much these early points matter for some of our squads. 2 sides that you touched on there, though, of course, being Vitality and 4 Thrives. They were dominant in both of their respective groups. The best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even though 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little less impressive, I would say, just because you are playing with the dregs coming through from the group stage. We already did send what we assumed to be our best 10 teams forward there. Even so, Tiamba still looked very strong. For them, it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Actually wild. Speed at which he was.
Accuracy on top.
So was that 1v4 again? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Technically,
it feels like it is, especially when you then factor in. By the way, we had the 1 clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end.
Winning
3 was the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing this repeatedly now?
Full on Butcher Blade coming out from Milu, everyone to bits. crazy.
Nice रे, OG and Godlike दोनों में प्यारा zone है.
That northern side. A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as
OG
well.
पे तो next level zone है. Godlike भी ले रही है
Definitely possible to go for, but you
मिल
get
जाएगा.
caught
अपने को भी
out on
zone
the
मस्त मिल
bridges
जाएगा.
coming out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams
मानिया को एकदम
around
pinpoint
that spot
center
trying to
मिला
hold
है.
teams
And
out.
OG अपने right side है.
Nice rotate on the north side.
मानिया को
Will be able
pinpoint
to get
center
them
मिला है.
further into the circle. Tiamba Vitality all on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they've realized because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
Background में क्या चल रहा है ये? Fight हो गई है
Stadium for E Arena, a position they'd love to play towards in a final circle, but let's see if they can win out versus Orangutan straight through the door. And it's easy clean up on the opening two players. Aaron Wisgard down in a matter of seconds. Back down to a duo once again.
पर कोई ना, पहला गेम है, एक ही रह गया अपना.
Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this actually. I don't think he's going to start off early on towards the late. Like I said before, you get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will hold you out. So he is forced to go for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side, and it's fairly free with where most of the teams dropped off down towards the south.
Vitality तो भाई घूम फिर के ले लिया, zone अच्छा ले
He's got just enough time. Pulls slightly further out as well, hedges his bets, he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as
OG का बंदा I don't think वो recall दे पाएगा.
With Razy.
दे दिया क्या recall?
I mean, you said it yourself, mate.
क्योंकि आरू पे recall है, still आरू can be recall.
Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro.
एक से पहले दो हो जाए तो बढ़िया.
You see him coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing.
आरू हो गया, recall हो गया. आरू को recall दे दिया. बढ़िया, चलो. एक से पहले दो हो
They
गया.
are always looking for a proper shootout. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean,
nice
Axel
one,
really astonished me.
Right से back के recall दे दिया.
There has been so much talk about Razy and Razak, and Federalis has also had a massive amount of tenure throughout the entirety of PUBG Mobile. But Axel was just swinging and not missing.
क्या trophy है रे, चमचमाती हुई
gives
भाई.
me a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform as this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Taking a look at Godlike though, they're over towards that centre side. I think Godlike showed us something different from their region. Honestly, they had some great aggression. I think they've been making little adaptations here and there, figuring things out they go along. But genuinely, were impressive. They were second best inside of their group.
बहुत प्यारा zone है.
By Vitality.
बस हुआ है कि third parties के पूरे chances अगर कोई आते हैं अपने पे.
Vitality really did get in there, mate. You got a little
nice zone बढ़िया
है as well, pulling further down. Couple big names amongst the dead
defend करो.
All Godlike as you
and
touched
third
on,
parties
four
को
Thrives,
रोको.
Vitality, Nigma Galaxy as well. The representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us the longer this one goes on.
Yeah, Aurora, they just seem to have this capability to choke in the finals.
और आगे भी kills निकल गई है.
That's their major issue. They're
अभी एकदम slow
player on the team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle.
Background voice बंद करो, नहीं हो सकता भाई. मैं खुद अभी कान में वही बज रहा है, गोल बज रही है.
For that not to be the case for the longest time.
बहुत आ रहे हैं मेरे को.
Get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really
गोल बजा रहे हैं भाई.
too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like that's already a big achievement. Reefus though opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Tiamba's cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle, as well as stadium over towards that northeast side, which is a bit open on the outer edges. It slopes down into it. You really kind of swing past here. They also know this area very well. It is their top spot. The fourth rise have beaten them to the punch towards their southwest from stadium.
लोगों ने सुन लिया मेरी भी.
Excited to see what the
ढोल बज रहा है ना bro.
looking like in a final situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making.
खेल के नाचना ना चालू कर दे.
A lot of the fights
नवरात्रि भी आ रही है ऊपर से.
Nigord as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays. Feel like a whole new man showed up. We spoke about this big man though, and he's back on our screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Just playing close towards the geometry here at the cliff face.
बस ये zone matter करेगा. 45 seconds.
Far away.
एक zone अपना और last.
Eagle and Ake desperate to get some elims on board. I mean, man, every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but guys out the fraggers on side. Aking.
पूरा शांत लॉबी है भाई. अपने सिर्फ 2 मरे हैं उजी के, बाकी कोई नहीं मरा है.
Anchor style. Generally,
Stage 3 खत्म होने वाला है.
Go down. Plays that survivalist very well for them as well. Yeah, you're right. Furia looking good. Igor's, I think, was a big surprise.
Yeah,
they've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala, Silence also.
Killfit आया finally. बहुत time बाद एक Killfit देखने मिला.
Really giving it to a lot of these squads. Now we're getting in towards
एक zone. आगे का hill भी खाली है अपना.
Later circles with.
नाइस वन. इसमें क्या रहेगा? बैक क्लियर हो जाएगा. आगे पे ले लो भाई.
A ton of teams. It is
बस बैक
impossible
देखना
to
है.
play in. And swinging from apartment to apartment is not always easy.
OG को भी
There's a
compounds
lot of
मिल जाएंगे अगर अंदर जाएंगे तो.
windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. I think it's a little bit of a passive game going towards the end.
Back से क्या बहुत cluster आ रहे हैं 2-3 टीम से.
See everyone on the stage, I think the Galaxy fans getting quite excited. But meanwhile, amongst the battleground, it's S2G that feel the hammer crash down on top of them from Nunshit Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. But only one man in last, forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he breezes out of action. There's Aurora as well, clashing against Ida Blank.
I mean, Ida tried to get an on the northeast side, which I think is, at this point, a little bit too late. They got punched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Joutin's still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate. Fourth rise though, Joker stepping up to the plate here, spraying for the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is risky, bro. IQ had to be so swift with the shotgun here. It's Joker just teasing them, dancing around on top of the rocks. So much damage already done to 4 sides. This would be a hellish way to go down. And that's how they fall in our opening game. E-Arena.
Giving it down, but back on board with Tiamba. Milu finding the first, as per usual. Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. Aking will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points. Milu on a fat 7 so far.
It's not going to stop either. They want even more. Squeeze whatever points they can get out of this one. Aaron had to tuck his tail and absolutely bolt it. Finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots and dumps the magazine towards Milu. Someone needs to stop him, Black.
Milu is just out of control this game. Needs to be leashed. QZZ still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. I don't know if it's Fury actually taking a couple of pot shots over towards them. Aaron,
I can confirm you long range now.
Just about press over the top of that ridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda. Just about in here, Jackie. Difficult spot to play. Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both them and Vitality have been
zone touch ho rahe, zone closing maar rahe.
Well, everyone does find Eagle. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
Again, आरू मस्त जगह होल्ड करके बैठे हैं. भाई ये जोन अभी या तो अपने गॉडलाइक पे जाएगा या तो ओजी पे जाएगा. वैसे भी एकदम दूर है, कहीं और जाएगा.
Force out the utility, see what he can
दोनों
scrap
opposite
through
है.
onto them.
ले भाई, let's go. गॉडलाइक के लिए बहुत सही गेम है ये. गॉडलाइक के लिए बहुत सही गेम है. अंदर क्लस्टर में बहुत लोग मरेंगे. जाओ 3 जगह पे बहुत लोग मरेंगे एंड गॉडलाइक के आजू बाजू कोई नहीं है. ये को बस अगर अपने पे आती है तो ये को मारने का. जोन प्यार है. पहला गेम का जोन बहुत प्यार है.
It is dark in.
He
is over on the eastern side of Johnson,
just hanging out for the time being, but that does kind of
save
grace
grace
for Vitality.
But
Because
OG
they'll
के
hit the
लिए
shots
मुश्किल है zone.
immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble and reassess how they want to play off on that eastern side. Quick replay here from Federales. Just
No recoil, bro.
Shots.
नहीं है.
This has been a key
Recoil ही
factor
नहीं है
for
इनके अगर no
Federales
में.
throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
It was quick and on a disgusting angle as well.
Vitality मार दो TNB को बहुत points देंगे.
No one clears it.
Hello?
He doesn't get the playoff. What? They turn around back onto it and Federales.
ये क्या खा के आया?
What's gone on there?
Reflex मार रहे.
This is an insane push from Tiamba, by the way.
Aurora, मारो इनको.
Practically mostly lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side, and they took the most bold
Vitality को तो
push.
दो जगह से need आ रही.
I was like, good to speak Vitality's going down. I was like, good to speak Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy.
मारो
He's
मारो.
looking for the nade as well, wants to really commit to this. Meanwhile, the last man from North goes down. They fall second into our first game. Milu priming the nades. Oh,
Nice, good nade from them. Hits it back. Axel and Razak still up and kicking. That nade looked dangerous. Milu's down,
Domination,
tries to
bro.
claw his way back in towards the smoke to mask his presence here. QZZ still alive. Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so far, though still decent. That is greedy. Vitality.
नहीं बता रहे इनको. बाजू में ही knock है.
oh mate. He's going to get it in. The res is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the backline that got that initial knock back over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads.
Smoke भी अड़ गया
Molly
तो
in round the
पड़ेगा.
corner, QZZ with a nade back.
He's just going for it.
The shotgun knocks them both out.
What the hell, bro?
This is what I can't believe
TNB.
about QZZ. He's like, I've run out of grenades. You see so many players.
Luck
just sit
domination,
back and be like,
babe,
"That's it
hiding."
then." But he's like, if I can't do it with a nade, I'm just facing. I'm fully facing.
Bro, ये क्या था?
Aurora, they're pushing on the sidelines. Can Tiamba hold 2 versus 4 here? It's a tough one.
No,
The
TNB
only
ये fight
grenade
भी
is not
जाएगी.
good, but Reapers is taking a ton of damage. Top
Knock
will
हुआ.
find at least
TNB
find
गएंगे,
QZZ,
finally.
and it seems like Milu
Finally.
will also go down. But 16 eliminations.
Power ने लिया kill ले. तालियां मार के दूसरे खिलाया.
And I'm sure you can hear that.
खिलाया अपना.
The entirety of the arena here in
Mad
Paris
power
lighting up. A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo, and it's Tiamba that lead the charge. Now out of the running, let's see if anyone else can try and mirror their success with what remains.
होय zone है.
Flash moving over.
Bye bye bye. पहला गेम मस्त zone फेवर दिया है. कन्वर्ट मार लो बस चिकन मार लो. Kills कितने भी है चलेगा. वो एक बार फ्लो बैठ गया ना. काम हो जाएगा. W zone भाई लोग. W.
Here lining up a grenade inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all
Admin knock दिया close range.
concrete inside.
Nice red Mino mark.
Though dealing with Nongshim Red Force.
अरे नहीं यार.
Just lets him run straight into the barrel.
Finish दे दिया.
God damn. Shotgun straight to the
Power भी
cranium.
knock finish हो गया.
Blows it
अरे
away.
यार दूर से पड़ गया तो मैं
Back upon from Schweppes in the distance as well. Gets an angle
यार
onto it.
नहीं यार.
This is looking tiresome for both teams. I mean, Nonshin down to just the duo. Godlike with only one man left remaining.
One man रह गया अपन.
And Alula, they've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they
अच्छा
can roll
अच्छा
over.
मारे
They
revive
smell
में
potential points here.
Why not? Honestly, grab them where you can. Alula sends up Yasser. Nongshim Red Force has not got the reset online at all. Still priming nades upstairs.
Join अभी
It's
भी है
going to
अपना
have to be a
एक
big
दिन
hole. Tizzy on the outside. Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down.
खिलाएगा क्या अपने को? Power एक knock देके गया. Sorry, Admino एक knock देके गया था. I guess एक खिलाएगा. एक खिलाया. एक खिलाया
To
लगभग.
drop off the top of the rafters, spamming the shots. It's all gone.
I feel like Tizzy just panicked.
Admino को एक खिलाया मेरे ख्याल से.
Just get the res in, bro. Drop the smokes. Get the reses. They missed the first molly. At least challenge the res. Goodness me.
मानिया क्या?
Man, you
अरे
can go
जल्दी
down to a perfectly placed Molotov here from Alula.
भाई इसको तो कई भी मॉली मारी है. 2-3 मॉली मार दी.
They currently control the entirety of the northern side to themselves. Arena
कोई ना
looking
Godlike
to put
4
up a
points.
point here.
एक किल आ गया था.
Aurora playing with our hearts right now. Opening up with maybe
चार
a
pointer
gargantuan
गेम खिलाई है.
leading them to believe it is possible
Nice try,
once
nice
again
try.
for Aurora.
Enigma Galaxy
OG
coming out swinging
ने
as
knock
well.
दिया.
Might have been a bit quiet in terms of the overall aggregate elims we've seen to this point, but we know it's a team that can deliver with some consistency. They've got nades as well. Oh, the red zone forming on top of the arena. Hopefully a little bit of deployable cover will make all the difference. Turning trying to keep his eyes on what's going on, but if you flick to the elim feed, you can see Dodge doing damage. The scalpels come back out for Aurora. Black is 16 for Tiamba, but Aurora now on 14 elims. They might be able to lap them.
Aurora have been just stamping away here. Reefus again does find Aru, leaving AKOP inside. Will be able to grab win.
Aurora 16
kill. Grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside. Has to move soon. Might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in. Has 217 bullets as well, so they have a lot of loot crates to pursue and peruse.
Just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
He's trying to get an extra placing on this one, but I don't think
anyone else is going down.
Yep, unfortunate.
I guess glitch हुआ या कुछ हुआ या तो sprint लग गया
तो उसके चलते
pulls
off the first aid kit there, sadly not able to rank up once again.
Nice
if he waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here, who will go down shortly, I imagine. TNK not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive this tournament for a team that was kind of down on their look last year.
Aurora भी 4-man strong है, kills भी है, momentum भी है इनका.
Come into EWC looking fairly decent, like a lot of work's been going on for this squad, a lot of practice in the meantime. But Enigma Galaxy up in top 3, a rocky group stage for them, but we're still able to grab those points, and I do attribute some of that to Coops. He is a nuts player on side.
Zara भी और commit नहीं कर रहे थे कोई.
King Cooper for this team, bro. Wearing that crown with some of the plays.
एंटी कर दो भाई लोग, अपने भाई लोगों के लिए एंटी कर दो.
Behind the vehicle here.
पहला गेम था, ठीक है, डिजाइन किया.
One by one they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up for Enigma Galaxy. And enough time to fix
और
their
Aurora
HP
का
as well before any other
4v4
fights
देखने
are
मिलेगा.
forced. The only
बस
solo
एक बंदा
player
है,
from
वो साइड में हो
Furia,
जाए.
he got just trapped in the ditch between our two teams that are going to scrap for
yeah,
the
side हो
dinner.
गया.
And Top finds
यार,
that one
4v4.
for an extra elim.
Just instantaneous shots coming
Aurora
through.
versus Enigma.
So we're down to Aurora. Reefus swings very wide here over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that.
जो हिसाब से Aurora ने खेले,
very worried.
chance है कि
Has a
उनके
little bit
chicken
of
हो
hype
जाए.
over here, but it is outside the zone. Going to wrap back, but at least got the info on side. Coops tries to hit the shots. Has to go for the reload here. Going to go for another. As he passes
ये
on
लोग back हो
by.
रहे.
Again, I do think for Enigma Galaxy, Coops is a really big deal. Not just on his own, though. It's the fact that Lord has someone to play off.
Yeah.
Lord is also a very aggressive player, but Ralph and Satan, they like to take it slow, and that's great, and it works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and bank off of one another. So for Enigma Galaxy, I do think this is the perfect setup right now for them. Zol will move forward into the smoke line. 17 eliminations on the game. A teaser, potentially, from Aurora.
Enigma बदे और यो मार किया. Enigma अगर अच्छा जोन बना लेती है.
Nice, just unreal.
It's great.
Aurora का जोन आ गया आगे.
The shrapnel hitting hard.
He knows.
Enigma.
He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare. Barely, but they bait him out enough. That's more chip damage. Coops on half HP.
Molly.
Aurora का chicken है.
Good.
Oh, this is annoying. This is very frustrating for Coops. It's really slowing them down. Giving quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition off the back of this as well, because both the front targets have been distracted.
नेट देके जा रहे, क्या बाप रे, क्या कर रहे हैं ये लोग?
Thought it might be a little harder for
नेट
Aurora
देने आया
to
था
get back
उसको.
to the circle. They also know the north side's free after that original rotate from Reefus. Ralph had to go back up that angle. But they have all the knowledge in the world going forward here. They've opened up the full library on this game.
Enigma पे नेट्स वगैरह ज्यादा होंगे. इन्होंने मारा है तो वो लूटा भी रहेगा.
Here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off-angle peek round the backside. That's half his HP gone. The vehicle detonates in front of him. One Blessing has got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
Still the 4v4
भाई लोग लाइक करो, लाइक करो.
utility down to nothing on side of most of these players. It will just be a dry gunfight, and honestly, on top form, I do think Aurora beats them out on that.
निगमा ने भी मस्त अपना जोन ले लिया गड्ढे बना के.
Duo.
Pure 44 है वहाँ के कोई और कमिट नहीं कर
रहा है. The docketing once again takes 2 nades, just will tank them. But there's 2 more coming, and I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back line. It is top, and now Aurora's down to 2. Nigma Galaxy is making this happen.
They're standing tall right now. They want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle under the pressure. Ruthless falls. It's all down to the last man in Joel. They need to isolate the P because he hits Lord heavy, but he's gone. Cut short.
क्या मस्त निकाला है रे गेम.
That is insane. That is insane, Jackie.
अतुरा की एंड से थ्रो हुआ है.
On that one as well. I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, what a good game.
क्या मस्त निकाला रे.
Aurora do like to choke.
The crazy thing is,
पूरा मैच अरोरा का था.
the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have.
Yeah.
Similar contrasted play styles, the way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. But I started to get worried, man, pointing to the map thing. Slight timing on the nades.
The docketing, dude. It's the docketing. It's happening again.
भाई यार ये फ्रेम चाहिए अपने. Godlike या OG के पैसे से नाच रही हो.
I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there.
I have a nice
It's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard to get back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Nigma Galaxy also has the high ground. They set up well on this one. But yeah, good stuff from Nigma Galaxy. Again, Lord and Coops, though. That is a great duo. We're seeing a lot of fantastic duos be born here over at EWC and really spread their wings into these matches.
You can see him enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the celebration from the fans behind them. Everyone in the arena popping off with Nigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned.
Nigma ने मारे तगड़ा चिकन मारे. इसमें क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए कोई बता दो. क्वालिफिकेशन ग्रैंड फाइनल्स चल रहे. अबे ग्रैंड सब इसमें क्वालिफाई क्या, इसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं है. अरे भाई बताओ इसमें इनको क्वालिफाई करने. अरे हो गया ब्रो. अब इससे ऊपर कुछ नहीं. कोई लॉबी नहीं है. ये लास्ट लॉबी है पबजी मोबाइल की. कौन था अपना हीरो, कौन था माँ की. कितने डेज का है ये. अभी 3 दिन. भाई को इससे भी ऊपर वाली लॉबी चाहिए. भाई को इसमें भी पेट नहीं भर रहे लग रहे. अब इससे ऊपर लॉबी में लग रहा है मेरे को ही उतरना पड़ेगा. एकदम नेक्स्ट लेवल लॉबी बना दूंगा ब्रो. इस लॉबी में 60 किल ब्रो. एक ही चीज हो सकती है, प्लेन हाईजैक करके नेट फोड़ दूं. क्या आगे कुछ नहीं है ब्रो.
Badish, how's it going, man?
Fine, bro. You?
I'm very well, thanks. I mean, let's talk a little bit before we get into the nitty-gritty of the teams and how things are going for you guys. Let's talk a bit about Paris. How's the Esports World Cup been for you so far?
Paris is amazing, bro. Eiffel is so good. The castles are Notre Dame, the Pantheon. Everything is good at the Paris. But arena is
ये क्या है रे बाजू में. इसको क्या बोलते हैं?
I don't know.
बबलू.
It's my first time at the World Cup.
क्या बोलते हैं इसको? ये क्या है यार?
So good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, you know, preparing here on site, or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the plan?
Just we did boot camp at the Istanbul. You know, we have
ए भाई यार इतना मेरे को पता है उसका नाम क्या है ये पूछ रहा हूँ.
And before tournament, we go to China, the PMI, Macau invitation tournament. And I don't know, I feel
you feel like we're going to get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me, my players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place, maybe we're gonna get the 6th place.
Oh,
they
wow.
don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like
पहली
momentum
बार
is
सुना
a big
पहली बार
thing in
सुना
this
पहली
game.
बार
If you
देखा
start
इसको
playing well,
कार्टून को
you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah, I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it.
भाई
Enjoy the
लोग
event,
मत
and we'll see you
देखो यार
later. Back to you guys.
मेरे को याद आ गया
Day number 1 in serious business here now for PMWC at EWC 26. And what better way to start it off than I have two legends here from India to talk about what's happened so far, as well as what may be to come. So, of course, I have Admino and I have Aru here, as we have Godlike and, of course, Orangutan going to be representing from India. So, I guess I'll ask you, Admino, first. You guys must have watched the survival stage. What did you think about the teams and gameplay overall from the survival stage?
It was kind of little passive, like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive, and this was a survival stage. But I think Tiamba got the momentum, and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Yeah.
And I think Alula gave a little bit surprise, and I hope so they perform good in grand finals also. But I'm hoping for Tianba to carry forward the momentum that they have already
नहीं भाई
got
नहीं
in
करना
survival
चाहिए
stage.
अपने को जीतना है बाबू अपने
make
को
of the survival
तुम
stage?
प्लेयर हो
We tried to grab as many things as we could from the playstyles and the lobby structure to get a better understanding and to be able to predict better what the structure of the finals lobby would look like. And obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more, not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah, that's it.
All right, so I wanted to actually ask a bit of a fun question since we've got two fantastic teams here. I'll start with you, Aru. If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe S-Power, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good IG.
अरे वाह क्या मानिया
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's
मानिया
I don't know, I just work.
मानिया भी गाली देगा
final thoughts, final kind of look at the finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. What's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or, set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game, inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me and best of luck
W's
today.
दोनों भाइयों के लिए W's मार यार
Thank you, Polaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Enigma Galaxy won, congratulations, Enigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Enigma Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you
I
guys
love
say.
12 आने दो चलो
Can confirm, yeah. See that? Yeah.
I can't read that.
Yeah, my handwriting's not great. But Coops was awesome. I really love the jump that they're coming through throughout that game, right? They played on that edge side. They waited for their moment. They bided their time. And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the final to E-Arena, hoping Al-Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end, and because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
And we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I didn't know. Like, I mean, you know, we came out of that survival. It's just I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start using players, they want to go for the recall, which is usually Tin Garden. But then Hora, coming out of nowhere, looking to chase down the recall player, which usually is Eagle in Tin Garden. And Eagle instantly, instant response, seeing we don't want to go out to Hora. We're going to go for an Eastern rotation, a bit out of their way. But by doing so, he gets the entire team back up, and they get 16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those.
You know how you just had some notes and it was just just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ, that 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage, Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage, Chamber? Clearly, with this opening performance, 7, it is survival stage, Chamber, in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, so it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 Finals.
Thank you, 7. Great breakdown there, recap of what we saw on our screens live in Game 1 of Rondo. Starting to get a little bit louder in here, but Paris...
Chalo, let's go!
Can you get... Let's
Jai Mata Di! Whoa!
It's a good crowd. It's a real good crowd here we got here in Paris.
Second match.
Supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd, they've been loud. We'll see if they get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's really nice to see. I think, again, mad props to Coops. First of all, mad props to actually being here. The guys dodged so many events at this point.
Enzo भाई लोग जय माता दी. Second match शुरू हो रहे
हैं. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. Became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes.
भाई ये बहुत गोल बज रहा है भाई यार मेरे कान बज गए.
So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off. Quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Eagle once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally
new game, new momentum. Let's go, Team India.
Step up as a solo. It's just how
push
late
कर दो
in
मार
the game
दिया
it was.
पूरी
and how
इंडिया
strong
वेट कर रही है
everyone else he was up against was looking
चिकन
like.
लेके माहौल बना दो
Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they'd still squeeze some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been for some of our other
सारे
talented
BGMI
squads. They're far down
PUBG
the standings,
सारे
but
इंडियन
like we
फैंस वेट
touched
कर
on,
रहे
Rondo is
एक दिखा दो
Rondo,
भाई
and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening
domination टाइप दिखा दो मजा ही आ जाए
whole way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz.
चलो भाई लोग
Opening in
जय माता दी
into Gakra, a
Let's
little
go.
bit harder to get towards
New
on
match.
the western side. North George, as well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just
कोई
out
drop
early.
fight तो
I
नहीं है
actually
जितना मैंने देखा
don't
था
really
zero drop
mind
fight
the
है
Meshki split, honestly, over towards Stalbert on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you are not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game.
नहीं दिख रहा है कोई drop fight नहीं दिख रहा है
But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that
फुल
game.
भाई तो कौन बोला नहीं है
There is
Full
definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight
उनका
on the
सोललेस
central
अपने पास जा रहे
compound
गाड़ी
when we're
लेने
playing Edge.
तो वो चलो मार
I
के
don't
इसको
know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that
जोन
position.
बढ़िया
Take
है
it
गॉड
on.
लेग के लिए बढ़िया है
I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent trend, at least throughout survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start.
उल पे एक बंदा बीच
Obviously,
में
looking
कूदा है
worse for Vitality with a late
अगर
rotate all the
नहीं है
way
वरना
down
मार
from
देता
Starboard with their instant
मानिया
drop
मार
from the
देता
blame.
उसको
Yeah.
और मानिया को निकलना पड़ेगा वरना वो बंदे
It's gonna be a
ले
little
आके
bit
घुस
more
जाएगा
difficult.
किल के लिए
A lot of the rotational tools will
मानिया को
probably
फुट
be
पे निकलना
removed as
पड़ेगा
well. So it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality.
तेरा
You
और
are
निकमा
correct.
की
That
फाइट है
might end up,
भगा रहे हैं
or
उसको
probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 Thrives though, loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into zone 2.
जो इड़ा का
I think the scary thing
डरकिन
about
है
this one is it
डरकिन
does
जो
eke
भी
in a
भाई
little
है
bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't
नेक्स्ट लेवल पहुंचने पे
a one.
I
There
don't think
isn't
उसे किसी को
a
पता है
0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards
Like angle must do
Sosnovka
stuff.
in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even
Pictures
when
है पूरा
they
धब्बा
win, he
दे
usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Nigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count.
वहाँ से अपने वाले सेव हो गए ना
Can they keep it going though?
देखा
You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangao? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at from them? That will be a nice, I suppose, sort of litmus test
बंद कर दो
of
यार
what the quality of this team's going to be looking like throughout the next 2 days here.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was they isolated the Vitality compound away from Aurora, whereas Ida kind of came from that north side and just
ये भी देखना
sandwiched
बीजेएमएल भी
themselves.
देखना
I
है
thought that was a
यही
very
देख रहा
strange
है दो फोन
play
में
for
दोनों
Ida
देखो
to make. I think most of the time, most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads
corner.
or those two buildings. They're very popular.
भाई ये
in that
फाइट नहीं
location
करेंगे
on
सिर्फ
Rondo.
बैठे रहेंगे तो दोनों का ही लॉस है
But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments, some super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the games. Like they have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making
मतलब
silly
अकेले
mistakes.
अकेले लूट रहे भाई अपने वाले तो नो फियर
And obviously we touched on Vitality going down kind of early into that one. Two other squads that I'm assuming towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now with the 4 Thrives and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much firepower. Even just individuals as well.
Yeah.
घोड़ा भी लेके आता घोड़े पे बैठ के स्ट्रिंग करता
Immediately,
हूँ
mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning.
उड़ाओ माँ के पैसा उड़ाओ रे
He's got a little shy smile on him as well. Quite like
Yeah,
it.
it's cheeky.
He is cheeky. It is cheeky.
अबे
Even
यार
when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very,
उड़ाओ
very good
माँ
news
के
for the team.
पैसा उड़ा बारात निकलती है ज्वेल्स उड़ाओ
You have to
चलो
give
चैन
that
पे ज्वेल्स
advice
उड़ाओ
in those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You
Courtney
need
ने आके सीधा सेंटर पकड़ा है.
all of your team to be happy. Though I am kind of worried about Godlike and Orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. I think for them, it would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with that there is a tremendous amount weighing down on them right now, being in such a prestigious finals versus some really damn good squads.
मैं तो सोचूं उनका सेंटर ऑफ द जोन है एकदम प्योर सेंटर
by match 3 eventually, but if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got
Godlike ने भी पहला जोन ले लिया है
eliminations, that's fine. Godlike similarly
जब मैं दिखा दूं देखो सेंटर आ गई है
but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep running and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4 France has made the play. That's IQ of an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it. The vibration. I know the floor is crumbling under my feet, so it'll be the same players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and look back in.
Yeah. I don't like that though, from Aurora. Because you can scout
थोड़ा इतना कम रखते ताकि भाई देखने में मजा आए और माहौल बने भाई.
Lighthouse and be like, okay, there's a guy up there waiting. Try and check the girders. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just
caster से ज़्यादा तो ढोल बज रहे.
them across, and it's like, well, we know there's someone across there though, but you also just lost a player.
ये भाई ये कौन सा हिल पे जा रही है?
Could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst has to say about that, because for me that's just not EWC, PMWC potential. Right? That's not what that is.
Yeah, the trade of it, one player's life, one of your squad mates for an information play, economically, it's not the best trade on it. Especially if we see him get a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward player of
heavy driver है रे. कहीं मयूर भाई तो नहीं?
This circle right now where it's down towards the eastern side, Fourth Rives knows that.
Heavy driver मार क्या?
To go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like if this circle is further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think
all for FL के fight हो गई.
It shouldn't be a case of, oh, let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Devil's in the details. And it paints a very pretty picture here for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off.
टू स्प्लिट है वापस Godlike and OG भी अपने पास ही है. Oh, ब्रिज जोन है ब्रो ये तो.
Thought that this might be the case.
ये पूरा जोन एंड होगा इतने में. ऐसा एक्सटेंड होता है ये वाला जोन. थोड़ा सा ब्रिज रखेगा एंड जो 2 घर होते हैं ना ब्रिज वाले वहाँ पे एंड मारते हैं.
Which is super unfun to play.
अगर एकदम अनलकी रहे तो नीचे जोन जाएगा. एकदम अनलकी रहे तो.
I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the northwest, but for Aurora they're stuck now. As are Alula. Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge
side of the southern edge. 4-man strong हो जाना चाहिए. Total split attack है जो कि वो लोग कर रहे हैं already.
So teams are just going to be sending towards Ferry Pier because there's safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of
the भाई न्यू जोन में है. पता है मैं खेलो अल्टीमेट बहुत खेलो.
Into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water and that bridge dividing either team.
ये नॉक दे देगा.
Only 2 squads on the island right now, Alula and Aurora.
बजिया भाई. स्मोक नहीं रहता ना तो नॉक दे देता.
This is the POV of Joker.
हिंदी लगा अरे ब्रदर हिंदी में डिले. ओजी विस्कॉट बच्चा.
Viscard being hit.
Viscard. बच गया. W's. एंड बस सही आ गया आपने.
Able to stay out of dodge there.
पर एक का फाइट है.
Very close to
going.
AK challenging this. But man, Aking has been making a name for the DBS, right? You know, there's a lot of nerfs that came through. S12
DBS
became the more popularized weapon. Despite that, though, A-King is
consistently winning these crates of it. He's bringing it back in fashion.
Aru bhai, यहाँ zone नहीं है, भाग जाओ, please, please.
Quite loud there. You see the banner flying. Aru, oh, going back in. Let's
nice
see what he can do in the DBS. What's the prove? He's the DB best up close and personal onto Schwartz.
One shot mara.
Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Turney twists the knife. Another one falls, and orangutan. It all goes down to just Aru. Trapped behind and laid out by Arena.
भाई पाजी ने मारा था one shot यार.
To remove them. Stepped up to the plate, but not
nice
worthy to sit around the arena. Unfortunately, some good shots at the start there, but started to crumble slightly. Turney K came in like a demon though from the sidelines. I think WizGod was not expecting him to be so up close and
भाई पाजी ने one shot मारा, धंधा knock हो जाता ना तो हो जाता भाई.
Over towards the pier itself. Four thrives.
Nice try.
Over towards the eastern side. We are close towards our next circle now. Nigma Galaxy making me laugh for the
moment. Bad लगा रहे अपना shotgun ही बेकार है.
This circle looks horrendous.
चला join क्या उसके अंदर.
Drop spot for the rest of the game. We're going to get very looted.
अरे यार वही zone बन रहा है रे, ये वही zone बन रहा है जो मैं बोल रहा ना, end zone ये है. वही zone बन रहा है ये.
Fourth rise looking good.
गॉडलाइक को कहीं नहीं हिलना चाहिए, सही जगह पे अगर वो हिले तो हर जगह फाइट है. होल्ड कर लो. I don't think उनको वहाँ से हिलना चाहिए. वो जगह छोड़ी. काम 25 हो जाएगा.
Not sure what S2G is doing. I think we've got boats. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over to the main.
मानिया नॉक नहीं यार. पावर ने नॉक दिया बढ़िया. फिनिश दिया ले. W पावर आने दे. किल पे आने दे और.
For the Tianba squad. It's a decent start, but Godlike have received one knock onto their roster.
Reset हो गए. मानिया नॉक हो सकता है. नेड आ रहा है. बच गया मानिया. पावर किल है. पावर को नेड्स डॉज करने हैं बस.
First nade goes long here. Power holding down the
पावर नॉक हो जाएगा ये नेड.
That drawbridge pulled up.
बढ़िया मारो नेड मारो भगाओ इनको.
To move, Manya will reinforce the front gates.
मानिया गया.
Try and get some information on that. So
मारे गाड़ी को मारे.
Understand the position.
भगाओ. बढ़िया रे, नाइस वन. उनको भगा दिया ब्रो. W's. ये हुई ना फाइट. भगाया ब्रो उनको अपने एंड से.
Faint smoke wall goes up. Only gets worse for Aurora as well. That's quick from Alula finding them. This was the other team that was on the island.
W's भाई. ये जो नेट्स मारे ना उनसे भागे वो लोग.
Looks like they did go back to grab the
Aurora का लास्ट है क्या? इनका लास्ट गेम अच्छा गया तो ये मैच खराब जा रहा.
For them to fight towards them. Ulf interestingly taking the hit over as well to Godlike, so that battle turns into a third-party fight.
Defend अच्छा कर रही है, Godlike defend अच्छा कर रही है.
Godlike there, quick swing around, take shots over towards Ulf. For them, Ulf should be able to pick the players back up. They've got a good spot right now. It's not as safe as they make it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka at this point. They have very limited space to work with. Alula trying to make the cross.
S2G ने Aurora के last match, Aurora out हो गई.
Shot over towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points.
ये zone बस अभी अपने को decider है अपने लिए.
Single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouths off the back of the Erangel performance.
But these guys have been playing the same game.
Zone.
First time they've been inside the circle since the beginning. How does their entry work actually?
पुश मारना पड़ेगा Godlike को. पुश करके मार के ही जोन मिल रहा है, वरना नहीं मिल रहा है. या तो फेरी पियर का वो बांग हाउस के साइड ये तो मिलेगा.
Alula also took another casualty from STG on the backside, so they've pulled it
push and
over the bridge now into the
wipe करना
main
पड़ेगा.
yeah, that's only a trio blank. Damage onto Yasser as well.
अपने को push and wipe करना पड़ेगा.
He might try and trade off. They're just in. They're absolutely playing a different game at the moment. I mean,
थोड़ा wait कर लिया, third party हो गई तो बढ़िया है.
shots that go towards them now. It's just such a wild play from Nigma Galaxy. Coop's taking a hell of a lot of damage.
बच गया वापस से.
Slowly careen it back in towards his team. And lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking, flaming. Flashes dash with Gal. I mean, that's 3 eliminations potential there for them, but they're worried about these sightlines at the side. Furia. Ooh. Go on. Give it some welly.
वापस से यहाँ पे TN बैंड यहाँ पे थर्ड बॉडी मार सकती. अगर ये फाइट तगड़ी हुई, गॉडलाइक रेडी रही, थर्ड बॉडी मार सकती. थर्ड बॉडी मारी तो और टीम्स रेडी है. TN बैग एक दूर से नॉक हुआ. TN बैंड और एक मारा. TN बैग एक फिनिश हो गया. ऊपर 2 है. 2v2 फाइट है. गॉडलाइक क्लोजिंग मारी. नाइस वन. सही टाइम है. मानिया नहीं, पीछे से पड़ेगा.
Big pop pump in his hands. So many teams crunching in.
Yeah, good Molotov here, but really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one, just leaving Aching alive here for Tiamba. Irina on the upstairs with the 4v2v1
है.
Really good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through.
यार Godlike का बंदा पता है क्या अपने को?
Of 2 teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space down here. Edmino. Still at high HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from Mormon.
TN बैग एक को मार दिया क्या?
Goes down.
नाइस वन. मार दिया. पावर ने मार दिया नेट से. बढ़िया W's.
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's
अरे नहीं यार, घुस गया. अरे नहीं यार.
Turn around, Mormon. Saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him.
वाह बढ़िया रे. भाई बट्टिंग खा गया.
Sume will save it.
सोम्या ने बचा तो लिया भाई. अरे यार वो घुसना नहीं चाहिए था.
I mean, Godlike need more men now. They're only down to 1. What a play from Mormon. The speed, the velocity.
स्मोक में से आ गया FPP करके दिखा ही नहीं.
In there, no qualms.
Vitality आ गई.
Vitality. They're up into it.
यार सोम्या 1v4. दिखा दे, तू कर सकते है भाई.
5 separate teams so far.
दिखा दे सोम्या.
Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive? As the
let's go, Soumya, let's go. A clutch.
The Vitality a victim from the top floor. Or will they just be
Vitality को भी नहीं पता कितने बंदे
on entry?
ना एक नॉक हो गया दूर से. Hora, nice backup.
A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance as Jiggle is able to punish and soften them.
Vitality को नहीं पता अंदर कितने बंदे हैं.
Left. Sume still just guarding the
नहीं नीड आएगा.
Razak on a dive around the corner. He wants to punish him.
अरे यार.
Really good job from Razak. I think you have to make that.
Nice try. अच्छा try किया.
Trying to get the res off you, trying to go for the.
वो नेट की जगह अगर गन लेके जाता तो कुछ चांस था कि मार दे. नेट था वो स्विच करके ट्राई किया.
Goes for the risky play to keep them up as 4, understanding they'll need that amount of players to push through the next couple of compounds. They got Aura in front of them and 4th Rise after that. Alula down towards the south side. Circle finally moved away. Still a lot of water on this one beachhead as well. Ida as well as Ulf now going at it. Play from Ulf downstairs is knocked. They have 4 players up though right now. This is very easy to recover from. Well, it should be.
अंतिम में शॉटगन चला रहा.
Catching the
4 मिले. अच्छा 4 किल थे क्या?
It's good damage.
Both points तो नहीं मिला कुछ.
Between both of them, casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG.
4-man
denied out by Nongxin Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Nongxin could push this pretty quickly. Ulf is not looking.
Vitality आ गई. गाड़ी पलट गई रे. Heavy driver इनका तो. बच गया. 4-man. और क्या उड़ा क्या रे?
Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as 4th Rise is going to be hard, and eventually you get third pied by one of them. You hear the engagement happening.
Yeah, 3v4
send it. Now Wolf is in a very tricky spot. cut between two strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Wolf एकदम मस्त बैठी है. अगर Vitality push मारी smoke करके.
Quick decisions.
पेटी confirm है.
Of the Vitality that we were so impressed by prior. Once again, back on our screens, it's only the one elim they've been able to garner so far.
Vitality push मारी smoke करके. इसको NS वाले भी मारेगा और Wolf एकदम hold कर रही वो भी मारेंगे. कितने नेट थे अभी तो वहाँ 100 नेट किए सौम्या पे.
Skin in game as well as the Ninetales Fury Orc. Both looking
कितने 500 नेट लिया है क्या? अभी तो नेट स्पैम किया भाई पूरा.
Jutsu here to try and get out of this one because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Soul. Tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one.
और वाइप कर दिया उल्फ को. नेट से खत्म कर दिया.
Ulf does go down. Vitality though,
Vitality पूरा क्लियर मार रही. हर एक कंपाउंड जो चाहिए उनको वहाँ पे जाके मार रही.
Moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
उनको जो कंपाउंड चाहिए वो लोग क्लीन वाइप मार रही.
Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turned onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's got so easy, very low. Made right on top of him as well, following up from that. Oh, instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself back up.
I mean, Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards
the wall.
Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. It's a little bit close for comfort here. But I think
घुसना ही पड़ेगा इसको, घुसना ही पड़ेगा. बढ़िया, इतने नेट मार रहे ना Vitality, बाप रे बाप.
Getting a little too
aggressive.
Without the help of the rest of the team, so easy goes down the back lines as Flash starts to move on through.
अरे.
Tizzy tries his mind.
Go.
Shots coming out, but not enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force, but it does leave Vitality slightly weakened. And Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move. Slightly paranoid about the other teams that could be behind them.
Vitality को वापस से निकलना है.
Blue is ushering Vitality
forward. स्टूजी और दो मछली लेके घूम रही है जली भाई.
On the same angle as Flash. How will they make this
Bro,
work?
ये क्या लेके घूम रहे हैं दो टीम?
I mean
दो जली भाई.
Hovercrafts in play. Being able to keep both of these alive all the way through to this end game is giving them a lot of pressure.
सब बैठे हैं रे केकड़े लेके.
And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it.
मिला लिया बैठ गया.
I mean, they're just letting it happen. Come on, bit more gas.
मार दो ना भाई, दो स्प्रे मार दो खत्म हो जाए इसका.
His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of these big hovercrafts in play. If you say like this, man.
Welding लेके भी बैठे हैं रे, बाप रे फील्डिंग सेट है bro. लॉबी की फील्डिंग सेट है, वेल्डिंग भी है इनके पास. ये अब इंटरेस्टिंग होगा. कैस्ट्रोजी को कैसे मार रहे हैं लोग. Vitality आ गई जोन में. भाई ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold. On fire. Get out. Falak, down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks fairly decent on that one. Slightly too far.
और मार किया करे सैंडविच मसाज.
Not gonna lie to you.
Sandwich massage.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes. It's damage down to Soulcade, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
Vitality down हो रही है.
Bit of a weird one. I'm glad you picked it up strong though, because I mean it is an important
nice try, Vitality.
Interesting. Vitality go down in the meantime.
मसाज दे दिया भाई दो गाड़ियों से.
But it is majority of fourth drives doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy after their strange approach from the early game. Now going out slowly but surely, just Ralph as well as Lord.
40 reset हो गई, 40 reset हो गई.
So far, next circle will pull in, stage 7.
4 और 40 का कब से फाइट चल रहा है भाई? 10 मिनट पहले ही तो फाइट चल रहा है.
Still, ton of space.
एक दूसरे को नॉक ही दे रही.
But they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area.
Knock दे रहे हैं, knock दे रहे हैं, वैसा हो रहा है. इनका 4 और 40 का.
They should be doing well on. I don't think I'd put as much pressure on and say this is a game they should win from the spot they had at the start, but it should be at least a top 5, which I think, you know, we've already achieved. So this is a good game from Fourth Rise and shows that they still have it in them.
वापस से क्लोज इन मार दिया.
And with them being able to have enough timing here to get IQ back up once again, the 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively. It's been a very elongated firefight between them and Hora, effectively just mirroring each other's
zone के लिए भी लेना ही पड़ेगा. But no fear crossing दिख रहा है.
A little bit more split here, no fear in the back, trying to protect
knock दे सकते हैं, no fear.
Right above you in the building as well. Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma Galaxy. S2G after moving
वापस से आगे रे.
Alula, they head center zone.
भाई ये जली भाई का next level use कर रहे भाई.
Goodbye Enigma Galaxy.
वापस से 40 का नॉक दिया है.
इनका
लगी चल रहा है.
Do we have to call this play the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze. This is crazy stuff. The rest of S2G trying to regroup.
fight ले लो ना, दूर मार रही. अभी नेट से नॉक हो जाएंगे.
Kamikaze in play right now. The other hovercraft does go down, not really any other vehicles, might need to regroup, pick it back up again, but Kamikaze, he's going to hold that. He's planted the flag, the S2G flag, T24 goes down, jiggle around the side.
Oh, nice, रे क्या मारा? बढ़िया.
You can't weather the storm as 4 Thrives arrives, and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The shotgun does damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up.
मुश्किल है
He's
अभी
going to play
मारना.
on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges.
ओए मार दिया नॉक. यार
No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the
यार
primary. Gets himself onto an off
तीन नॉक के प्रेशर है.
with one more play. If he can shut down IQ, he can take out.
Oh! घुस के मारा रे, no fear रे. W's. Bro घुस के मारा. यहाँ पे अभी भी इनका चोर पुलिस चल रहा है.
Fourth Rise will fall, win up against the world right now. DPS
Hey,
at distance, he's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meanwhile. No fear, there's a possibility of winning this if he wants to push it right now.
Get involved in the action.
मौली आ रहा नहीं कर रहा वो. No fear ने घुस के दिया रे. सही में no fear.
Back up, play the slow game. That's Flash losing their last man there with Kamikaze continuing to punish.
No fear के लौटा रहा है.
Spark tries to get the heal in. Kamikaze's got a single nade in the back
मारना
pocket.
पड़ेगा
He chooses to dash it. They've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it.
एक अच्छा नेड.
Looking to cook. Let's see if he can.
एक अच्छा नेड.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. Not that just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets, peppering the ground.
3v2v1 है. भी 1v1 है क्योंकि वो रेव तो हो नहीं रहा है.
Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops.
So जी और एक नॉक दिया.
Kamikaze is out and we're down.
1v1v1
versus 1.
Solo. 1v1v1.
The outside contender in no fear. Solke
1v1v1 हो गया है. No fear को जोन जाना है.
The battle of the solos.
जोन जाना मेरे को लग रहा है मुश्किल है.
Decide our second game, chicken dinner.
चल लेट के दिख ही जाएगा अगर एस्ट्रोजी ने लेफ्ट देगा ना दिख जाएगा.
Picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual.
नहीं पता है. इसको नहीं पता लेफ्ट में बंदा है.
Can be stationed tucked in behind.
अरे कुछ जोन में नहीं है, जोन दिख रहा है.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does
No fear
not
की
know
पोज ही नहीं पता है.
No fear is.
सबसे अच्छा एडवांटेज है एफएल के बंदे पे.
No fear has a rough idea that he's
अभी के लिए एडवांटेज जोन शुरू होती है, डिसएडवांटेज में कन्वर्ट होगा वो.
Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable double clutch up versus Fourth Rise into the last two teams. Zeus is just pushing forward.
स्पॉट कर लिया. एफएल चिकन.
With all to do here.
Until unless need ना आ जाए एफएल चिकन.
Solke, the last to fall.
Need है, एसयूजी वाले पे एक need है.
Team Flash.
Zeus. The lightning reactions for Flash have guaranteed them a second place, but can he take it to first? Or will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall.
Zeus पे hard cover है.
Play space.
बट वो जोन पुशिंग मार रहा है, जोन पुशिंग मार रहा है, निकलना पड़ेगा.
He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Sweet is so low.
Nice one.
Under the pressure. That's the
दो जली भाई लेके
as they lock it in.
चिकन कन्वर्ट मारे.
Kamikaze with the kamikaze play towards the center.
गजब.
It's an explosive finish.
गजब गेमप्ले.
But Solke steps up.
गजब.
The lad that's been in
भाई.
the sport for the longest of time.
He's
still got it in him.
Feeding the crowd energy.
टू जी.
A celebration in unison for the nation as they pop off on that one.
दो जली भाई लेके चिकन मारे.
Locking it down and everyone's
Nice
living it
one.
up.
And it's all in the name because it is so.
जोन तुम्हारे भाई ने बनाया था कि नहीं है बताओ.
At the end of the game for S2G.
जो बनाया वो आया कि
A
नहीं.
lot of confidence coming into this one. They
Bro, मैं
look
चले
good on
जाता हूँ
the
bro.
stage. They look good in the game.
सीधा सेंटर ऑफ द जोन बना दिया था कि यहाँ चले जाओ.
That we were looking for.
Aggression.
ना एक मैच अच्छा गया ना वहाँ से फुल
Showing us a lot of the moves we
Cover up
needed
हो
to see
जाएगा
on
सारा.
that one. A smart rotation from start to finish as well, playing by their own rules, Blank.
अब पहले जो यहाँ संभाला
The thing
इसने
for me is just
दो नॉक दिए थे.
2 matches so far. They have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Ziyech.
हाँ ये नो फियर का स्पॉट नहीं करता ना तो
Quick
फिर
reactions,
फाइट हो जाता.
His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man.
तो तारीफ मत कर खुद यार तुम नहीं कर रहे तो कौन
He was
करेगा
so
फिर.
locked in
मैं
for
कर
an
लेता हूँ.
SG fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly.
He said it, lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, it's so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything.
Chill.
I think Horror, honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4th Rise, but you got to be happy with the way
OG है ना, मेरे को लग रहा है थोड़ा confused खेल रही है, पता है?
incredible finish of those
जितना
guys.
मैं देख रहा हूँ ना
Yes,
क्योंकि
had a
वहाँ
good
पे
spot on the
एक का फाइट
sideline,
लेना बनता
but
नहीं था वहाँ
it's
से.
so many teams constantly pouring in.
जो फाइट लिया था वो फाइट आई डोंट थिंक
time
उसका
again.
सोलो बनता था वो
I don't
फाइट
think that was
लेना.
an easy game whatsoever.
अगर वहाँ पे वो फाइट ना लेता टीम के साथ रहता तो कहीं ना कहीं चीजें बदल सकती थी क्योंकि ऑलरेडी दो नॉक दे दिए थे. थोड़ा कंफ्यूज्ड है बट होपफुली भाई ये गेम में कवर अप कर ले एंड कमबैक टाइम है. 2 मैच गए कोई इशू नहीं, उसको माइनस करो. अगले 4 मैच पे फोकस करके निकाल लेती, मजा आ जाएगा. एक गेम में मोमेंटम आया वो कैरी फॉरवर्ड हो जाएगा. एक गेम की बात है.
Thank you very much, Shaki. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games, and I'm here with our
सबसे वीक टीम हो जाए जो यार कहाँ का पिकाचू है रे तू. राहुल है नाम तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि इंडियन है. थोड़ा है क्या? हाँ मेंटल है क्या? साले इसको हटाओ रे, इसको यहाँ चैट से हटाओ. साले यहाँ वॉच पार्टी कर रही. तेरे को गाली देना है ना, एक काम कर नोटबुक के पेज में लिख, ठीक है? ऐसा लिखे ओजी सबसे वीकेस्ट ग्रुप है, ठीक है? पेज पे लिखा, उसको रोल करो अपनी ग्राफ में डाल दे ताकि तुम मुंह से हक नहीं. मैं नोटबुक में लिख ले ये सब. यहाँ कमेंट्स में मत लिख दो, यहाँ पे वैल्यू नहीं है. वहाँ पे वैल्यू होगी जब आपकी ग्राफ में हो जाएगा ना, आपको मजा आएगा. यहाँ मत लिख प्लीज. क्या माँ के मेंटल बंदे आते हैं ना एक तो चैट में. गजब है ये लोग. अरे यार प्यार देना भाई. क्या बोले इनको?
It's your territory, so what are they doing? They know we won't change, so they're just wasting their time. They're coming to fight, but they don't want to fight, so I'm really confused right now.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me here, Ralph. You heard it out there. Ida, he's got his eyes on you.
My name's Blank, and I've had 4 coffees, and I'm testing my
Hey, good morning, bye.
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage.
अबे होड़ के इंटरव्यू में बिठा दिया.
Time.
Let's get it.
ये कौन सा गेम है? अच्छा रिएक्शन टाइम. बहुत स्लो है, बहुत स्लो है, बहुत ज्यादा स्लो है. ये कौन सा रिएक्शन है? माँ की अब इसको सही में नींद में उठा के बिठा दिया है. अब इसको नींद से उठा के बोला है भाई हाँ यार थोड़ा. गजब है भाई. भाई लोग
This one actually
like
got pretty
करो
damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you,
like
Duke?
करो and jewels आने दो
I don't care. Cut.
और वो माँ कसम सही में उठाया था एक्टिंग है भाई लोग लाइक करो एंड ज्वेल्स आने दो चलो फ्री ज्वेल्स रीडिंग करो आने दो अभी और एक रेंगल है इसके बाद मतलब 2 ही रेंगल सॉरी एक नहीं 2 ही रेंगल है होपफुली भाई कन्वर्ट मार ले एक मस्सा एक तगड़ा सा कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा ना उसके बाद से खुद फ्लो बन जाएगा पूरा एक गेम की बात है बस क्या लगता है लोल्स भाई इंडिया जीतेगी भाई ऑफ कोर्स जीतेगी भाई एटलीस्ट पोडियम फिनिश तो करेगी दोनों में से एक टीम करेगी इतना भरोसा है इतना भरोसा है कि पोडियम दोनों में से एक टीम करेगी
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't forget that we do have the fan experience that you can check out here at PMWC. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now that PUBG Mobile is doing with Naruto and so much more. And you can win some really cool shirts.
देखो लास्ट गेम तो गॉडलाइक के पास जोर नहीं था पुश मारा पुश थोड़ा सा अपने फेवर में था पर वो जो स्मोक में घुस के मार के गया ना वो गलत हो गया अगर वो ना होता तो 4 मैन रहते जैसे वाइटलिटी ने वहां से मारा पूरा बंदों को मार के जोन के वैसा अपना चांस पर अभी ठीक है जो हो गया तो हो गया
but S2G Jukes
Bro,
my goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there at the end was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Aula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft. He was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner.
S2G
win nice and early.
Yeah, really nice, and the momentum they were able to pick up on after getting those hovercrafts.
ये जो मारा था ना यहाँ पे घुस के वो next level था.
We're on this fight.
लेकिन अभी जो मारेगा ना.
Are looking. I hate to say it, very shaky. I don't know what happened because group stage they were looking really solid, just not able to get that win. Here the splits are kind of off. They're pushing one by one. They're not really communicating. It feels like so. The last 2 games I've not been super impressed with them, but hopefully that changes in the next game.
And for 4th round, I felt like he took him way
One
too
shot.
long, Niptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and No Fear came in clutch with that 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs, and to be able to clutch it up like that, it's just huge. So yeah, unfortunately, huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today in the eliminations has been none other than Nongshim Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important fights on their rotation to solidify that position, especially on that northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now I do want to kind of segue into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to the arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from Ulf. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nonchim is putting up those eliminations. But something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy net.
It was a little bit. It was a bit touch and go.
ये जो घुस है ना ये देखना.
Build with these hovercrafts. They had to go for it, and it's this replay that I want to talk about here because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, yeah. Secondly,
पूरा sandwich मसाज दिया ये ले मसाज
and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible. But having two hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too. And you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Jackson or if it was Max.
रोंडो के बाद कितना था 23 था 26 ही है
first place with
first
26 points.
मतलब जो top teams थी उसके matches खराब गए नई teams ऊपर आई है.
What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling
नई
down.
teams ऊपर आई है. सब अच्छे खेल
रहे that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, you know, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, you know, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to third place. You know, I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
Second place,
yeah, I mean, look at that, 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there, because we saw
8 और 3 पॉइंट है.
Hyunbin in action,
एक मैच की बात है. एक मैच चिकन सीधा टॉप 5.
Super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC finals.
बात वैसी हो गई है.
But there is some things that we're starting to notice here, especially with 4
हिंदी में देखो 100 में इंटरव्यू है. क्या बात कर रहे हैं भाई? देखना है भाई ये तो.
As well as OG.
Mindset क्या चल रहा है अभी दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है वो थोड़ा देखना है.
Aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did. And also they're losing players very, very early on. I think we've had that in both games now where they're losing at least 1 or 2 of their players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter. And that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG,
एक मिनट भाई लोग थोड़ा सा मैं आपको भी इंटरव्यू दिखाता हूँ. मैं अकेला नहीं देखता हूँ, वरना मेरे को पता है आप मेरे को बोलोगे साले अकेले अकेले देख रहा है. रुको. हाँ एक तो कमेंट मेरे को पहले बंद करने दो, इसमें मेरे को अलग गुस्सा आता है. कोई कुछ भी लिखेगा. दिख रहा है ना?
मेरे साथ अभी खड़े हैं सौम्य फ्रॉम टीम गॉडलाइक. सौम्य, क्या अलग है ग्रुप स्टेज से फाइनल अगर हम कंपेयर करें तो लॉबी के बारे में?
अलग तो मतलब अभी तक तो उतना कुछ फील नहीं हुआ है, एंड जो भी हमारे मैचेस अभी गए हैं उसमें हमारे इंडिविजुअल मिस्टेक्स से ही खराब गए हैं, तो उतना अलग तो कुछ फील नहीं हो रहा है. बाकी अभी खेलते खेलते पता लगेगा.
नॉट अ ग्रेट स्टार्ट टुडे. 2 मैचेस हो चुके हैं, 4 मैचेस अभी भी बाकी हैं. क्या हुआ पहले 2 मैचेस के अंदर?
फर्स्ट मैच तो मतलब एक टीम का स्लैम आया एंड हम एडमिन को बैकअप नहीं दे पाए, वो गलती थी. एंड सेकंड मैच भी थोड़ा सिली मिस्टेक्स हो गया, लाइक सेम बैकअप नहीं दे पाए, तो थोड़ा हो रहा है लेफ्ट राइट. कोई बात नहीं, ठीक हो जाएगा.
अभी तो बहुत सारे मैचेस हैं, 4 मैच आज के दिन में बाकी हैं. व्हाट्स द प्लान, व्हाट्स द एटमॉस्फेयर लाइक इन द टीम राइट नाउ फॉर द नेक्स्ट गेम?
सारे लौंडे अपने पंप ही हैं, मतलब ऐसे एक मैच खराब जाने के बाद तो नहीं हो जाते. बाकी भरोसा रखो.
देखो
अभी ये भी बोल रहे हैं ब्रो, भरोसा रखो तो रखो.
द फ्लो, डू यू वांट टू से एनीथिंग?
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Let's go. Good luck for the next match.
Thank you so much.
पंप है, वो कॉन्फिडेंस दिख रहा है अभी भी. चलो
Then they're doing a little bit of a replay analysis where they
blocked out the line
of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken. And S2G made.
हिंदी में क्या वो बैकग्राउंड नहीं आ रहा है क्या? एक बार देखे जरा.
देखिए go with the. हालांकि गॉडलाइक ने थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग मूव यहाँ पे अभी के लिए दिखाई गई इनके तरफ से बोट यार्ड में जो ये ड्रॉप लेते हैं.
अरे दब ऐसा आ रहा है यार आवाज.
की गई और अब गटका के आसपास आ चुके हैं. गटका में
अगर आप हम लोगों को सुन रहे हैं तो आज दी एक्सपर्ट्स भी एक पूरा का पूरा यहाँ
आ रहा है आवाज आ रहा है. आवाज आ रहा है रन देते यहीं कंटिन्यू करते.
They're very experienced on that Western Bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the
commentator team once again for
game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
ये गेम अपने इंडिया के लिए अच्छा.
We'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our third game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national gods as well. It's going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match. And even just the 2 games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on that first game, having a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good scenes. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us. We go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point.
guys, remember they are playing along world top situation. वही तो बात है, वही तो नहीं समझ रहे हैं.
Down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice.
I think
dono match get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, the team's very experienced around this area of the map. Should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. And it wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early.
Results a little
bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
Yeah, you'd hope they'd be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start on game 1. But there was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings, obviously for Tiamba as well. Far quieter. It was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo. Only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though in terms of individual plays, as he was popping off on Rondo. Was a big piece of the team.
कहाँ से निकलेगा? राइट वाले ब्रिज से निकलेगा तो सही है.
Where's that zone going to go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN. It's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a couple towards the end of the survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for, that we're more normalized on Erangel at least.
और अभी shooting है
my teams can actually play out their game. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida.
ईडा के मैचेस खराब है.
No idea why this is happening, by the way. It's actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview. The context is crazy on it.
I guess और एक खराब match.
Ralph with the M249. There's some good shots done. Actually, Enigma Galaxy doing quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Take him on the side. Back and forth here. Swain last left to face.
Nice try, dude.
He's screaming. He's up. He's standing up. Give him large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here. For context, Enigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years upon years. And they say it every time. If they actually say it to the crowd, to all the players, we will never switch our hot drops. So it is never worth it to fight Enigma Galaxy inside our Pachinki. Sadly for them, 4 tries feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great beat from 4 tries. I actually love this.
Didn't see him on the angle.
So as much as there was a pop-off of them defending their home turf on the hot drop, like you say, 4-5s know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
Bro, fielding side
to be honest, you do wonder, 4-5s boys, they see a big hubbub go over to by the Enigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over. Oh, cheeky work, but
एक का डब्बा मार रही वो जो भाई बारी है ना
Ralph the M249
40 वाले एक का डब्बा मार रही
looking for some good damage, but the shots from the crowd start to ring out. 4-5s might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your miracles.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize pool on the line. You fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for 4-5s, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this counterplay? T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if he can go for the peak off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
4T up top. T24, he's got an inkling. Smells him out on this one. Senses his Reiatsu inside the building. Satan underneath. Ooh, slightly saw the timing there. And T24 tries to use the DPS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. The rest of 4-5s will come into hold. Finds the first. Takes more damage while Ralph is nowhere nearby. Drops him down to 1. That's an easy revive gear on T24 inside the building. Church held.
Then get the revive back on T24. But Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long. He'd be furious. Yeah, he'd be fuming.
He win it twice. He win the hot drop twice back to back. And not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's the thing, it just comes back to haunt you, right? Here we go, this is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. It's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you said, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration of Ralph literally sending a message live in the event, live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. But Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything.
It's the best Enigma Galaxy's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the saddest thing about it, and now it's happened in finals. And it's happened so frequently in the past as well, where Enigma Galaxy's just got to challenge another team for their drop spot. It's not guaranteed theirs for sure, but they've held it the entire tournament. Come on, guys.
No fear getting ran down by Aurora, as Top will find him on the move.
Aurora. इन दोनों की फाइट हो रही है, अपना एक pick off हो गया यार.
4-5s did peace out, going slightly deeper into the zone to do a bit of loot, and obviously wasting a decent amount of time on that as well for the elim they were able to garner.
Vitality down towards the southwest.
Yeah, we're watching you all right.
Style, but this time we're seeing him over towards Gatka, but they grabbed themselves the loot truck. Fiend as much as they can out from there. Circle up towards that north side split between the lake, Fire on the south side, on school, as well as Severny. Shooting range area. Tiamba tighten it in with E-Arena, Aurora, Godlike. Salme currently holding down the gas station, pops up tire. He can't come through here for repairs.
नहीं निकलने चाहिए मार.
Yeah, only 18 left.
Mania.
17 in a hole. Let's see if he can turn some bodies cold on this pusher. Top going to drop down back behind the car. So Aurora taking a fair bit of damage. More reserve taps now. got to find himself some ammo to play with. Switch it out to the Tommy just to keep the pressure on them. Suppressive fire.
Spraying it through, cutting the grass, but
यार वो स्प्रे अगर
towards the players.
लेफ्ट राइट नहीं होता ना तो एक नॉक हो जाता.
Next circle, 10 seconds roughly on this one.
कोई ना, nice try, चलो.
Aurora still figuring out where they want to play. Probably going to be a big old
OG का बहुत लंबा split है.
Migrate for a lot of squads. Hard shift potentially. No, actually. Very, very kind. Up towards that north side. Obviously, Lake is a bit of an awkward one to play around. You're going to see a lot of people playing on the rocky outcrops. The staging that goes up towards Stalba. Big old mountainside.
यार सौम्या पे लूट नहीं है.
There is also, never mind, it's horrible. I like it. It's not great. You got the field down towards Yasnayatsu, so there's not a huge amount of fun spots to play in. You have to decide a rotation in now and quickly. Do you wrap on the north, do you wrap on the south? Because you can't really change that as time goes on because of Yas Lake.
बहुत limited ammo sir.
Mormon from E Arena once again, being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora. So single knock there. We have the Tianba POV on rotation.
पड़ी है. इनको भी पता है पावर का मरा है वो पर पेटिया भी पड़ी है.
Mormon keeping it going.
मारनिया नॉक नहीं यार.
Isa एक pick up पूरे आ जाते हैं. Big blow back onto Godlike.
नहीं यार.
A lot of fights breaking out across the battleground. Individuals being knocked off, coming in with some show-stopping rotates. Oh, right into the nade. Wizgod had that one ready for him.
Got it primed. I mean, for Ulf, Aaron comes in swinging. But yeah, got shot down very quickly there. Scarface looks to send a nade, but I don't even know if I think it's worth it anymore to go for this. Ulf's deep on the south side of the map. Need to swing back further up. Instantly takes up the cliffside. Aurora decides they're going to go loot Severny. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a fair hit earlier on. Spent a little bit of ammo. Potentially some of the vests are starting to wear down, some of the helmets. Get some resets on that before you get moving.
Tiamba
tackling
against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form. Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the first 3 games.
Maybe keeping it a little bit quiet though. Now playing a little bit of a split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up. Over towards Aura.
OG को मसाज मिलेगा दो साइड से.
Down now at the halfway portion, Jackie.
Zone अगर हटाना तो मसाज मिलेगा OG को.
Trying to maintain some of that lead because some teams have struck out a big way. I mean, Enigma Galaxy up absolutely 30 points right now. Aurora at 26.
मारना पड़ेगा. One side clear करना पड़ेगा.
After that last game. On the first, I think they were got 23 on that
one. So zone अपना ये बार क्या करते हैं ना ब्रिज के साइड का.
They can find more.
best है. हाँ nice रे. बढ़िया चलो. Zone आ गया. अभी no मसाज. अभी अपन मसाज देंगे.
Be a really big deal. Aura actually has the high ground on this one. The plateau that
अभी अपन मसाज देंगे. कोई
issue नहीं. Very nice to be able to take shots out towards teams.
उनको पीछे से पड़ेगी नहीं निकली तो. बढ़िया zone आ गया अपने पे.
Sadly, Alula's
एडमिनो पूरा घूम के ओजी के हिल पे आएगा देखना. पीछे वाला हिल है ना वहाँ पे आएगा.
Move over towards that western side.
रोज़ाक से उसको पूरा घूम के निकलना पड़ेगा.
Pulled away. I like this move from 4 Thrives though, Jackie. This is good.
को ये रीच खाली दिखे तो वहाँ पे भी होल्ड कर लेगा.
Nice in some of the encounters we've seen individually. Another roster we know that could be very explosive. Let's see if they can bring the boom on this one straight up towards the setup from Alula.
और Alula का फाइट है क्या?
Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket, ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce on it, actually. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
अच्छा ओवरपिक नहीं ले रहा है कि ऊपर से पड़ जाएगी.
Fine margins between this going wrong for
either
of these two teams.
Four
fives.
ये एडमिनो ने शॉट्स लिए.
Not wanting to risk it too much.
नहीं.
Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nongshim Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by. And luckily they have at least been able to create some space between the two. Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. See, Aaron struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the movie entrance, but we went straight to credits instead. Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side. Next circle, though, I'm feeling the pizza slice here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it.
Nice one,
head over there, in fact. But it's a case of Aurora holding the central spot. They have a lot of 360 vision, but it's very open, Jackie. This is a very, very open area. A little bit unfun. There's quite a few radio towers and the square concretes that sit underneath them that end up being like where you play. You literally just lie down next to them, try and set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora. It's a tiny bit of hard cover, a little bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
And that's the last man for Enigma Galaxy, and Ralph trying to stay alive for as long as he can, but finally falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Yeah, good fight. Very good fight from 4 Thrives. S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jackie, and ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora, though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to begin.
To be fair, with Nigma and S2G going down early, not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be the dream recovery for Aurora. Unfortunately for Godlike, unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this one. 4 of our squads out of the running into the 3rd game so far.
Nongshim on that south side, actually trying to push on in, but there's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just going to barge over towards OG. He's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Kyunbin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that.
Nice knock.
Second nade's a bit stronger, though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for them in tops.
Back and forth blows, but still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for Nongshim, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower, and it keeps him pinned in position, so he can't provide too much overwatch.
One-man try again.
Bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team. It's a cool side swipe coming through from tops as well. So many problems on the back line there for Nongshim Red Force. Just one. You're going to have an even deeper look into this one. He wants to get up close and personal. Investigate. There's some more eliminations here left at the crime scene.
He's still trying to get an angle on this. Minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch. Furia over on the other side of the coast have been taking shots over as well, so it's all been a little bit uncomfortable for the 4 squads that have been collapsing in onto that one position. This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
And it's मर गया, अपना back clear हो गया, but अभी अपने को zone जाना है.
I got a little bit lucky, but yeah, Aurora in a really,
अपने
really
right
good
side
spot
सिर्फ
now.
FL है.
This is definitely
इनको मारने,
redeemable
3v3 fight है,
city
इनको मार के अपन
here
easy
for
zone जा
Aurora.
सकते हैं.
We just need to not see them go for something silly again.
औरा को मस्त zone मिल गया.
That is all.
TN बा अपने को मारेगी रे. वहाँ से निकलती अपने को
Yeah,
TN
just
बा मारेगी.
keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game, with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do here.
I like that though. Good smoke.
ये घुस जाएगा 40 में.
Over towards the wrong side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. That vitality location is going to be a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually hits on target. Great damage, and they just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives.
आरू knock finish हो गया यार. उल्ट वाले ने मार दिया.
Yeah, I mean, that's some massively long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another, after another.
जो पानी में बैठा था उल्ट का उसने मार दिया.
Drop the smoke, try and stay alive. Issue is you're now in a position where other teams can take
अरे
shots
यार
onto
वो
you for
पानी वाला
free.
बंदा.
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. He is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. But Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
पानी के वहाँ से ही मार दिया तीनों को.
Had to restart and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the past couple minutes, keeping pressure on them. Playing a little bit safer here in their setup. Window peak with good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around back up the coastal ridge over towards the bridge side. Going to be coming in from the back near Vitality and Flash. This is his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Can't even sure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know someone's mover here, the pitter-patter of the footfall. Bows a distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heel. Tops pulls the pin. He should know. It should be right on the edge of the blue here. Good airbush will do the trick. Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines, though, will get sleepy and over towards Bose. Top, though, is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora.
Aurora का chicken ना है भाई, वरना बहुत lead पे चली
on the
जाएगी.
southeast side. Good nades again. Goodness me, Aurora's having none of it.
You feel the base on that one. More coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick up. Play back on aching to stay alive.
I wonder if they're even going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you could. You get the spread on it, just try follow up off the back. You know they're weak.
Oh, man. I think they just wanted to get the flush, at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aiking's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the radio tower. Molotovs, maybe a bit more damage done. Chip damage from the nades should be good enough. So start to bombard now. They're splitting the difference on these ones. They know they have to go for one side, and it is over towards Doc. Survives the first blast of shrapnel, and should survive the second.
So many nades though. And Doc, although the shrapnel hits him in the face, he takes that peek and shuts one player down once again. 6 nades thrown out for no real follow-up from it. So it goes both ways for either of these two teams. Top with the instant adjustment back over onto E-Arena. No, he's being collapsed upon from 2 sides between this team.
Schweppes now. Get the res on of E-Arena. E-Arena, you know, actually haven't been too bad. I think for the points they currently have, it's 19. But they've been consistently up towards at least the top 8 every game. Vitality still taking more shots here. Tiamba is the one to take down tops.
Left, right, सबके kills उड़ा रही.
Tiamba's playing as a 4-man, and genuinely the way they weather the storm here versus Aurora, they have a place to play inside the circle going forward. It's more about dealing with the couple of players inside that shack right there, and it's hard to line up those nades past the side. Always have that angle of Doc to worry about. He is so critical to his other 2 teammates living.
Schweppes with a bit of a forward scout play in the buggy, reading onto it. QZZ was knocked towards the backside.
They've been
in for so long and they've invested so many nades, so many bullets that they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything. Availability of crates becoming an all-time premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. E-Arena making a massive swing. Moment's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. It's actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as A-King moves in. Razak last step alive. Where's the rest of the team? QZZ moves up. How is Razak living this?
Oh, this is unbelievable. Razak raising hell amidst the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off on that one against Tiamba's clash in, knowing they needed to shut them down. To get themselves any sort of ammunition, any kind of supplies to play on, and it does not work how they wanted.
Solo and EA 4-man.
Wild stuff. The arena now.
Nades and
Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in. And just completely cleans them out. This guy's been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Split होके कहीं भी ले सकते हैं 4v4 फाइट होगी चलो Let's go भाई लोग 4v4 wow mode.
Slowly but surely the team's exit stage left and the final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back in with some of that firepower we had seen prior. Good damage onto E-Arena. It's Tony K that's knocked behind the hard cover. Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate.
Run over, mat bolna. Run over kar rahe.
3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Igor's Mormon still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are delivering. Igor's down, big player on the squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. E-Arena, they saved all their potential for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had, more, how many smokes they still had remaining. This team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. For E-Arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up. 5 nades still in the hand of Schweppes. Getting a second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Furia is lining up for a big old bombardment from E-Arena in the near future though.
Does he go down, man? It's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team. Is that going to be enough of a deficit to really make this one uncomfortable?
Igor, he's just providing all the information back all the time. Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested.
वरना तो यूरिया का चिकन हो जाएगा. Giga was there.
Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's.
But
he is just calling every single time they pull the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally, the play zone takes him out, and Fury is blind again.
Silence ने जो late game के angle बनाया है ना, next level angle बना रहा है वो.
Your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them.
एकदम silent हो गया है रे.
Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades invested, dashing them in towards the middle here.
I mean, they're mega blind. I mean, they can't have moved that far. Unless Igor's giving it back the worst information in the world, but... I mean, for Fury, I think there's a little bit of scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades. We are playing battleships right now.
और 30 सेकंड शांत होगा.
E5.
उसके बाद दबादब होगा. सिर्फ 30 सेकंड.
Just dashing him out. He's gone wide, man. Start forest fire out in this field of Erangel right now. Be the best opportunity for them. That one actually hits.
He's having to drive into it, though. Okay.
Assist.
I mean, I think we could just wait on these nades. There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing him out.
Not how I expected the first domino to fall, but that's Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
This is Pmwc here at EWC. There's been an end game. It has been an end game.
but मौका मिलना चाहिए चलाने का.
Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out.
दिख जाएगा, spot हो जाएगा.
MG3 could make all the difference. Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
Spot हो जाएगा, spot हो जाएगा. जो लेटा है ना, spot हो जाएगा.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silence got a good read of what angle they're actually playing from now. Oof.
He actually did.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to fight it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on. A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but they'll still be proud of.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you, really?
Got 29 kills.
I think that the game plan was great. I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's, as he went down, he might have thrown out some information that was maybe less than useful. Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what the arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird endgame.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in.
Exactly. Because I do think that for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. And you're right, I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Tyler just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of really like a curveball just came in. Swift gut punch, didn't expect that.
I know they're behind, I'm just going to go for it, all right? Confirmed, that's where they are. You're dead, Tyler. That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Okay.
Got the info.
Info gained. Sick of playing battleships. But yeah, overall, I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even I think Tiamba's decision making does require bringing up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in that moment, the play almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like, we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it. I really like that, and I think that that's the type of playstyle that's going to win you games more often than it loses them.
No, absolutely. I think, again, that was one where it was like Razak just kind of popped off on the hold.
Yes.
It was, honestly, it was better play from him than it was bad play from them. He just popped off on a solo mission where it's like, oh, fair play. You've actually kind of owned us there. But what the play was meant to do was great. They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So it was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do. And the right thing for us to do right now is to go for a little moment with the boys over on the stage. And we're back.
अरे उठो! अभी से इतना डिप्रेशन क्यों भाई? हो जाएगा. एक मैच की बात है.
Powers here at PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris, and Neptura, and we're playing a round of
we're going
to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take, so let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. I feel like I'm in the danger zone, but let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Oh, it's your best one. Yeah, that's
it's on the board.
Thank you very much.
Shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up to the back.
This is good. This is good. There you go, James. There you go.
Shuffle in.
Thank you. Don't hit me, please. Oh, it's a 17. Currently, Neptune last with 6.
No way. Oh, a double 17.
It's a triple 17. That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
my hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played. That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
Number of points required to start the smash rule.
No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh. You. Well, she's already done a hot take now.
देखो smash rule का क्या है? जितने वीडियो confused है मैं बता दूं. Second day पे जो भी टीम टॉप पे रहेगी, सॉरी थर्ड डे के पहले मैच में जो भी टीम टॉप पे रहेगी, जैसे समझ लो कि भाई ओजी के पॉइंट्स है 100, ठीक है, तो ओजी को 110 पॉइंट करने और एक चिकन लेना है तो वो जीत गई टूर्नामेंट. उसके आगे के मैचेस खेलने की जरूरत नहीं है. अगर समझ लो कि नीचे गॉडलाइक है 90 पॉइंट्स पे, तो गॉडलाइक को 110 पॉइंट करने हैं एंड चिकन लेना है, बात खत्म, जीत गई वो. वैसे स्मैश रूल का जो भी पॉइंट्स लेंगे +10 एंड उसके बाद का चिकन डिनर. कोई भी टीम नीचे से ऊपर आके जीत सकती है स्मैश रूल से.
Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a 5.
Lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down version of my own number.
It's your turn.
There you go.
Okay, hot take.
What's up, relax, Kale?
Dino Park and Vikendi, infinitely better than Ronda. I miss it. Bring it back.
Oh, okay.
All right, considering I actually lost the first round, I should probably do a hot take because I cheated you out of it.
मैगेट्रॉन पे अगर आप वो करोगे ना तो फिर वो हेट बढ़ेगा. ऐसे चिल करो.
Despite looking really good.
वो सब मत करो.
I feel like I've got to
हेट दो मत और चिल रखो ना अपनी चैट को क्लीन करो.
Over reliance on ARs. Nonsense. I want DMRs in. Give the
अगर आप करोगे वहां से और आएंगे वो करेंगे तो एट चैट पे कचरा हो जाएगा.
Submachine guns, something else popping in. Give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
ईमेल हो गया होगा देख ले.
Mike, you know what I want? I want all of your opinions from viewers at home. You in the chat. Tell us what you think. Let us know right here, right now. What are your controversial takes?
Focus on your next play. Okay. वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, focus on your next play. प्रेशर में हिल रही है यार. अरे इतना नहीं है यार. अभी वो होते हैं फ्लो अगर खराब होते हैं ना तो ये होता है. एक गेम अच्छा मोमेंटम आ जाए ना, बस वो है कि वो मोमेंटम लेट ना है. मीरामार में भाई लोग अपनी गॉडलाइक स्ट्रॉन्ग है या ओजी? दोनों में से कौन सी टीम स्ट्रॉन्ग है? मेरे ख्याल से दोनों सही खेलती है. ये अभी एक इरेंगल उसके बाद 2 मिरामार %50 गॉडलाइक बोल रहे हैं 50% ओजी बोल रहे हैं मतलब दोनों स्ट्रॉन्ग है ये वही ना बात देखो यही टेस्ट करना था तुम लोग क्या बोल रहे हो
If I'm not mistaken, Niftura, I think you actually won at darts. And I think you got that chicken dinner.
I did.
You were lied to, but
very mad.
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to
power on नहीं किया भाई अभी कर लो
39
बेस्ट टाइम में भी ऑन करने का
that's great that's a cool win
power admino सौम्या ये
genuinely was a good game it was a very uncompetitive finish I think it was kind of even Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push and he gave the man advantage and E-Arena using every resource they had available to get that win good to see but again I need to see that continue in your next coming matches
take it away Lace I know you've been wanting to talk about this team for a minute
मैं अपने को बहुत कम पॉइंट
Revoking your driver's license.
0 मिले गॉडलाइक को 2 मिले ओजी को
I was waiting for the Furia drive by Max. E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of Furia and their driving and not taking that position early on. I mean, I liked the way that they sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. Yeah. They had Silence kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong split hold. Obviously, a little bit of tunnel vision coming out of some of the players there. And then, I don't know what the vehicle situation was. And you could hear me screaming in the back. He's like catching nades with the vehicle as well. And I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after getting like after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my pack Neptune. I'm really upset.
I know what happened actually. I was talking tonight. I saw him as we were leaving the talent room and I asked him like, what was the play with Ayala? And he said the idea for Ayala was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind. But then he saw 2 players and he got scared. And that's the thing is, right, lack of information will make you do these kind of mistakes. So it could have been a good idea and catching nades didn't work out. It could have been great, but unfortunately 2-player setup was exactly what E-Arena needed in case of those kind of pushes coming their way.
That was just a big, something I like to call, what the Furia. WTF, because that's exactly what ended up happening with that one. I've been working on that one all day, especially with the way that they were playing earlier.
अगले 3 मैच में मतलब आज का दिन जब एंड होगा,
amount of eliminations, and it was none other than Aurora.
Aurora once again able
to back it up with Ilims, even though they wasted a lot of utility with Tiamba.
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary.
However, it does give you
those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually. Because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Dark's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Reefus, we've seen some really cool off angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there, especially out of that graphic,
Max, is Top being able to bounce back. Remember
earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 Ilims out of him, a person that has been an MVP before on an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy. I mean, the best way to describe it is what you said, Niptra. They would became a red zone at that moment in that game. I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still asleep. He's still sleeping. Right, he needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. But Aurora, honestly, 36 points currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to E-Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba, though. Tiamba right now, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team, if you want to give the mic to Lace, they're currently putting up those numbers, Lace, because 27 eliminations for that squad and only 4 placement points.
Yeah,
this is why
finding those fights,
elimination
gathering
points
those eliminations,
27.
finding a nice power play position,
Main
but then
तो निकला था, वो
unfortunately
round में
losing
निकला था.
it, which is where we see the decline in placement points. But obviously this is still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of survivals into this sort of scenario, and to have that amount of points and that sort of trajectory is incredibly good for them. But of course, we got to bring it back to kind of the smash and the way that you have to gather these eliminations. It's fine. It's good to do it, obviously, today. But then we got to see more of those placement points and those wins out of them to be able to take more than that.
100%. And another team that's currently doing that, Max, it's none other than Nangshem. And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially was doing that last game.
Yeah, match में top 5 हो जाएगा. Top 5 नहीं होगा, but almost 5 के करीब आ जाएगा.
I think it was orangutan in that gas station. I'm like, okay, you've got some solid off angles. I like it. They're pushing the fight. The thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on. And I think it was play on the Harry Potter tower.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ, दोनों में से एक टीम अपनी
orangutan know you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight, and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team talking about aggressive, talking about people committing to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hurting those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Four Thrives take advantage of what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on, trying to get a few limbs, and then move back to their position. They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind of silly. In the finals, maybe day one, you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not going to work out. Four Thrives knew that, and, you know, they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. If the playing path's a little funny, if that keeps happening, other teams might just third-party that.
Yeah, they will end up third-partying that. We saw there towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. Godlike, OG currently not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now, we are halfway through that mark. Lace, any team that has surprised you so far?
I would just like to say that, like, I'm very proud of you, Furia. You know, I know I was a little bit mad in that situation, and I was surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win Pmwc?
Oh, yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tianba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment.
Indeed.
But let's break it down into the finer details, okay?
So
I want to ask you a little bit more, okay? So what's the best map to capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about vehicles for late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so end of game, smokes, nades, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy,
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. Not depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The P90 is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel of the day, and it's time to put up some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams, right, make some things happen. I was able to talk to one player in particular as we were getting into this game. I happened to see S-Power from Godlike. You know, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to him and I said, hey, you know what, give me 3 words before we get into this next match. And he said, the domination begins.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That is bold. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try and push a little bit further up those tables, try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, having only seen 3 matches, we are still in a fairly uncertain situation, in a state of flux when it comes to those tables. Standing out more than others, but it's still achievable because of the fact that we have 18 match sets, right? We've been playing so far on 12 match sets, time and time again, but moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set, that's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, this is...
Let's go भाई लोग, जय माता दी, इंडियन फ्लैग जाने दो चैट में, फुल ऑन स्पैम कर दो.
39 points in
one
single game, and they weren't even able to make it, I mean, straight to the finals. They had to deal with the survival stage, and let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal. Aurora starting off strong is really good because historically, they've always taken a long time, right, to really get warmed up. But for them to put some points on the board early just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out for them.
Maybe able to finally claim a title spot, you know, that's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams are going to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the country Furia who are there, really giving them their backing, which has been nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line.
यार ये अपने इंडियन एयरपोर्ट पे आ जाए बस.
To so many, promise to only one of our teams.
पहुंच जाएंगे bro, अपन सारे पहुंच जाएंगे भाई.
One of the sickest trophies you can put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here, and we can tell the teams that have prepped, and it's every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board, good couple zones, good couple situations.
Friday भी है पेलो.
Advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key.
अभी ये पहुंच गया था.
2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final area of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like the Galaxy, they kind of
वहाँ पे AC का temperature तो set कर नहीं पाएंगे. Heat pack है बढ़िया
sacrifice tournaments to hold on to the change. So for me, I'm unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of it reads ego. It reads ego. They are disengaging. I like Forthride's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very clear position. They were able to drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think the second good decision that Forthride's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for later into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening. Get your team out there so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by AIDA players and kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before the finals, because I think it's just a devastating loss for this to continue here for both of them. And in the last game, it showed, just like, because guess what? They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have 4 Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, AIDA and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, all right? And he refused to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have 4 Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
For when he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But
साला उबालती मार के बंदे मार रहे हैं लोग तो ये लोग दोनों ये तो सो ही गया.
Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
टॉप है वो बने एक टॉप है एक डॉक है.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드폭스의 엑지입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, TG입니다.
भाई लोग लाइक कर दो.
선수로서 경쟁하는
कुछ तो एरर आई है इसलिए इतना टाइम लग रहा है, वरना अभी तक शुरू हो जाता.
이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠.
저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
이 공간은 협력 공간입니다. 대회 측과 소통하거나 협력해야 될 일이 있으면 이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
EWC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다.
अभी तो भाई सारे टाइम आउट देने पड़ेंगे.
오.
दो दिन और है इसके बाद.
어씨 뭐야? 여기는 여러 가지 즐길 것이 있는데요. 저희가 한번 다 체험해보도록 하겠습니다.
Try them all out. Okay. चले EMI नहीं खेला कभी, बाकी सब खेला हो. ये जो है ना रिफ्लेक्स वाला,
항상 배고플
ये
때가
पहली बार
있는데
देखा मैंने.
WC에서 제공해주는 음식이 있는데 그 품질이 아주 좋고
अबे पेरिस में ये बताओ भाई लोग,
한번 먹으러 와봤습니다.
इंडियन फूड है कि नहीं है? या वहाँ भी स्ट्रगल है इंडियन फूड का?
Welcome back to the Hot Drop Watch here as we await the fate of Pachinki.
मतलब प्योर वेज बोल रहे हैं, इंडियन फूड मतलब वो नहीं बोल रहा कि सब्जी रोटी. वेजिटेरियन खाना मिलता है वहाँ पे प्रॉपर.
A fourth, a fifth, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-point brawl in the center of the
Bali गया था वहाँ पे है. इंडियन फूड अच्छा है.
Ah, man, I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane.
Pure veg.
If it was going to be possible,
जिसके
now would
अंदर
be the
अंडे भी
time.
ना
It's the
हो,
last
वो
one
पूरे
of the
रेस्टोरेंट
day.
में.
But you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen as we get into the map. Final Airgale of day 1 of the finals. And let's see who's going to be able to put some serious points on the board before we get into the sandy deserts of Miramar.
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage.
Very less, अरे वो तो हर जगह कमी होगा. वो तो इंडिया थोड़ी है कि हर गली में एक रेस्टोरेंट होगा. चलो 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 जय माता दी, let's go. Game start हो गया है. Game पे focus करते.
And it will be
And फिर बातचीत करते.
so we're not going to be denied it by the plane park.
आओ game के अंदर आओ. Indian flag जाने दो भाई लोग.
North George.
Chat में.
I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. Oh. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already here. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another
top
drop
MVP
in Pachinki.
Most eliminations.
Ida and Nigma Galaxy are headed in that direction.
Uh-oh.
Very, very interesting. I will say, though,
ये जोन सर्कल बन रहा है जहाँ पे ज्यादा टीम से ये पर पूरे लेफ्ट साइड आ रहा है इन वगैरह जोन में होगा हमारे भाई का अंदाज है Tomia Center.
That's pretty insane.
Sure, I mean, they were able to take a chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So they do have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead. Without the situation. It looks like we're not going to see a 4th Thrives flex out. Instead, S2G are the closest by on the southwest side. Nongshim Red Force, who have yet to touch the floor of their parachute, could potentially also flex into the southeast side, but I feel like S2G are the most likely right now to cause problems for Ida. Nigma Galaxy on the north side of Pachinki, they're split right now, but you can see Rita on that off angle.
ये लोग ना छोड़ रहे.
Ralph seems like they know he's in this building.
ये 4v4 तो ऐसा हो गया कि हर एक एंगल में होगा.
That was a warning nade for sure. You can see Satan up on the roof here. On this
यहाँ बंदा है सामने लेटा हुआ है.
That's exactly where Rita is.
इतनी पे नेट तो डालो. ये कॉलिंग चल रही
होगी. This is the hard part about these hot drops, and I can hear it. That loot truck is now driving on by.
Loot truck तो क्या bro? ना तुम्हारा ना किसी का.
Sounds like that should have been ours. I want it.
Ego battle है. पर देखने जाए ना निग्मा को बहुत लॉस है.
ये battle. Did he get thirsted? No, he actually gets beat up pretty bad.
Nice knock रे.
What a clutch knock for this team.
Able to take out the off angle there, and Ida are going to really struggle to get back to this one. It's across the road, and I don't think you can break past that. The res, though, in the meantime, is going to be there, and because it's so early in the game, it's so much less likely that you've got the nades on side to just completely suppress that res position, which allows Nigma Galaxy to go back to 4 and leaves Ida stranded on 3. Rita getting knocked there is the most crucial part of that fight.
Man, that was an insane shot there from Satan. That's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he made the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That when you make that kind of play, it just changes the entire situation for your squad. And now, because of that, Nigma Galaxy up ahead against Ida.
They still have to get a little bit more pace to it, though. And Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they were previously in control of. The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players. At this stage, I feel like Nigma Galaxy definitely have had a better result so far in this Pachinki hot drop. They were very ready for it. As you said, they would have known. They would have been aware that this is unfold.
Yeah, and what are you going to do if you're Ida at this point? I mean, look where they're at on the leaderboards. I mean, this is crazy. 16th place, only 2 points so far. And on their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I get it, right? Day 1, you're going to battle it out with Nigma Galaxy to see if you can conquer this location. But it's gotta at some point realize that this is not going to work for us. If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Aaron Gale is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here. We cannot afford to continue doing this.
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost 1 player this time around, but the loot is going to be fairly thin on the ground. The vehicle condition, like, I don't know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player. You don't get the loot truck. You don't get any. You're under looted at this point.
Ritu Kumar,
thanks for it's just a loss overall, and they're where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know, I always say that when it comes to these kind of hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be
monster rotation
in rehearsals, you know, in the pre-matches where it's like, hey, you know what, guys?
Monster rotation chal raha.
Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop in Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it, gets it, you know?
Fair enough. Yeah, well, I don't think that would ever happen, but yeah, I mean, I kind of understand.
OG aa gayi hai EKOP.
It is a question, right, that is rooted in a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people, because you have that question of, if we give up our drop spot, are we just going to be easily pushed around in the future, right? Like, are you trying to do that sort of thing? I mean, it's like negotiating contracts, negotiating business there. It is a strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else. But you can hold your nerve, and if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some variations on that bad boy.
Yeah, you want to be maxing that bad boy out and looking real good. As you know, Tiambos have been looking really good today. They're in 4th place, 31 points. Milu, man, the way he started off that Rondo match was just wild. I mean, this man has been performing all tournament long. For sure, right? The play of the tournament, that 1v4 earlier in the group stage was so sick.
Yeah.
And then come finals time, the way he started out, they are looking really good.
Absolutely. They are currently in 4th place right now, looking to try and keep themselves within striking distance of that 1st place spot. Godlike would love to try and join them, but they are a little bit more destitute on that points front, with only 8 towards the bottom of those tables. Another circle heading up towards the north side, split by that central river. A lot of open ground south of Severny, being covered actually mostly by Aura, who have a wide spread around the river, are causing a lot of problems. I'm interested to see how many teams look to head east of Yasnaya. Fury are likely going to do so. Potentially see that from teams who are still on the military island, Aurora and Al-Ula. And maybe we'll see it from one of the 2 teams who are still in Pachinki too, because, well, it looks like Ida looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot and checking every corner. Or at least
Yeah, they better be, that's for sure. I mean, you can definitely tell they're keeping their head on a swivel here. They got to know that Ida's around here somewhere. They're just clearing building by building, with Satan on the other side, rocking a 3-1 split.
Bye.
Could be dangerous. Oh, the shots ring on out, and the knock onto Coops is huge.
He's got another nade as well. Coops is in danger here. Ralph does need to get some healing done before he can go for that revive, but he should be okay to do it. You can't step forwards and go for the cross. And again, Satan is on that off angle. Just about misses Swain on the cross, but he should be able to call that out. Should have spotted it. Lord is already cooking a nade. He knows he's in the building now. Launches it forwards, and he takes it down. Beautiful communication.
The plays from Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki are just insane. How do they do these wild bounce back shots, nades that just turn the fight in their direction? This just goes to show you, when you know this side of the map like the back of your hand, it's gonna pay dividends.
In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force and 4th Rise are going head-to-head. And at the moment, it looks like 4th Rise are in the driver's seat. This is out to the east side of Potato Hill, but they are grabbing a couple of flushes on board as well. As we keep going with this hot drop, though. Solo survivor coming on through, and another knock goes on in. This is Galaxy sweeping it under the rug. They're putting this hot drop to bed. It cannot come back tomorrow. It would be a terrible idea.
I can't stress how difficult this is to do, right? To be able to deal with this hot drop so frequently and to just execute in this perfect fashion. I mean, not losing a single player, getting those 4 points early on is just insane.
There was a hard north shift on the circle in the meantime. We are watching all of this hot drop unfold, but it is pushing teams now north very, very quickly, which is causing conflict around the crossings as Coops finds the final player on Ida. And down they go. All 4 players from Enigma Galaxy are there, and no third party came on through as well. Now we're going to jump over towards the teams that are looking to put pressure on up towards the north side. We talked a little bit about Nongshim Red Force losing 3 of their players. 4th Rise lost 1, but they did manage to get the 3 points for that fight. They are both still south of the river. Orangutan now on this northern side of Roshok River, and trying to get their foothold to move in towards those shooting range hills, potentially over towards Severny Way.
Yeah, we've been really focused on that Pachinki fight for so long. The zone is all the way up to the north, like you mentioned. We already got Fudia up there in Severny, E-Arena over by shooting range right now, taking that Snake Hill position. And now we're going to see a lot of these teams start make that rotation. Aurora Gaming, oh, the one rock. You gotta hit it for good luck.
That's a map open right there, guaranteed. 100% looking at
yeah.
No
way. Campe.
Oh, no. Okay, we get a little replay. This is on the 4th Thrive and Nongshan Red Force fight. They'd already lost T24, but the hold from Hazaifa, the angles that he was able to seems pretty efficacious on the high ground there. Love to see it. For 4th Thrive. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hold looking quite good for Vitality, who for the time being have been a little bit quieter. I think it's safe to say they're still very much there. They're still very much present. Well, certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Vitality. Oh, southern shift here and a big southern shift.
zone है भाई अपने
पे might be really good.
Godlike पे W zone है, OG पे भी W zone है. दोनों टीम zone के अंदर मस्त अपनी पोजीशन लेके बैठे हैं.
Actually South shifts one more time to Roz.
जय माता दी भाई, एक बस दिखा दो.
This lobby, Aurora. I'm trying to figure out what do you think they're doing here, right? They're over there by North George, splitting up, maybe trying to find some late loot.
यान मैंने अच्छी जगह लिया, ये जगह अच्छी है.
Yeah, you're right.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे कोई सीधा स्लैम नहीं देता. आजू-बाजू से बढ़ती
allow Vitality to disengage and then maybe re-engage later on. See what they can do with a little bit less pressure from the river crossing on that front. Team Flash.
ये zone touch होने के बाद यान भाई एकदम safe है. Slam आएंगे उनको मारो kills.
Try and get towards the circle, and it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of mental to send all the way down to Rozhok. It would be great for Enigma Galaxy, right? They're still just on the north side of Pachinki, so yeah, they could just take up that mountain and lickety-split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike in the meantime.
Godlike ने मान्य ले लिया एक के let's go.
Done. Get bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good. Puts them all the way down to 1 HP. Mormon, pow, pow, pow.
कर दो भाई लोग थोड़ा इधर आने दो.
And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him over to safety. So Aura going to have to go up pretty early here in this game. Only one single player up. See what he can do later on. But now we're off to the gas station with a Furia. Keeping their eyes onto Team Flash. Win has the P90 and the ghillie suit. So he definitely won that crate drop. He came out absolutely stacked to the teeth and hits the tree for good luck. That is a necessary thing to do here, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bold strategy.
Little tap on the tree, you know.
Tap, tap, tap.
Little shout out to Mother Nature. And then
gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding
to
around him. Hopefully.
S2G, 40 और OG. तीनों triangle में बैठे.
From this east side could be tricky. S2G managed to make their way.
यार अपना man loss नहीं होता ना OG का.
Is this lineup from S2G, from Tianba, and from Ulf on this lineup, very central on the circle. Some very defensible positions, but teams will start to crowd in around them. Vitality. This is the re-engage, Dukes.
Here they go. They're battling it again. It looks like Aurora are on top so far with that knock on a Razak. You can see Zol driving around, trying to get some information. Federalis up close and personal, having to run back. Oh, it's Godlike on the other side. Yeah, that's too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage
Godlike आ सकती है third party मारने. Kills उड़ाने आ सकती है.
6 is not covered, but Razak
let's go. Tapa यहाँ का kill. W's.
Giving an opportunity for Reesmis to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these two players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off earlier.
एक और kill आ गया.
That third party from Godlike.
Zone OG पे भी है, Godlike पे भी है.
Aurora Gaming some time.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality Do need a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north side, but it's not looking super accessible right now. And now seems like they're engaged with the final player from Horror. Sleepy is holding it, but in the meantime a crash. S2G trying to roll across, but Tiamba are holding face against it, and they are S2G in without a fight. Aurora want to jump in and join the party here. A nade in, that could be brutal there, right under his feet. I think down, but there's an answer, and Reefus falls.
Nice W's. अगर वो मर जाते हैं तो किल आ जाएगा अपने ओजी को। आ गया एक ने किल लिया। अच्छा नेट शेक के अंदर 2 किल।
Kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in a lake of fire here. QZ in the center of it, and Top could have been there to make that play. Unfortunately, there are too many teams surrounding him, and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top. Doesn't quite connect there. There is an answering nade, and that is going to back Top off nicely. The run around there. Orangutan maybe missing a beat there. Maybe missing a trick. Not able to flex out. Didn't quite have the angles on it.
Oh, कैसा बच गया रे HP Top.
Behind the concrete there to keep him safe from catch, but they know exactly where he is. He's got 2 smokes. He's slap bang in the middle of the circle. Until another team rocks up with nowhere to go, they're going to roll right on top of this guy.
Yeah, Top's cooked right now. He's just like,
I think I'm top
right here
He's on the simmer.
for as long as I possibly can. No standing up for me. It's straight hit the deck time on the side of Top. But hey, you know what? That's good, right? He's got a good position in zone. They're pretty high up on the leaderboard, so they can just kind of hang on and get some placement points. That'll be good for him. But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear. 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them. They're able to get everybody back up here. They're in a solid position in this circle as we now look on over to Furia. Hopping out the vehicle here. Getting punished by E-Arena for it.
Oh, it's not going well. It is not going well for Furia. Unfortunate, they're just going to be down to Chief, the other 2 players down on the hillside. Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple team crash on their compound. It's likely they're going to have to fend off at least 1 more, but the number of crates around them is going to be ludicrous. They're going to have to try and figure out exactly what they want to put in their backpacks as Flash try to find their way through, thread the needle, but E-Arena are just going to roll it down. Mormon over the top, doesn't even need to ring the doorbell to open that door. And Tops has to turn tail. Turny K sees to it. That might be Orangutan chiming in. To go for him. Hyunbin finally bites the last player alive from Red Force.
E-Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to really holding the edge of that circle because there's a lot of open field in this zone. And now you're going to see 4 Thrives. 6 eliminations so far. Falak with 2. Zypha with 3.
अपने गॉडलाइक को आना है जोन में ओजी स्टिल जोन में
saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you got to get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
Yeah, that's going to be friendly for them for the time being. For them, I feel like a good strategy is to start scouting the other side of the river now, though. I feel like you need to get someone in fast.
OG पे प्यारा जोन है.
That 4 Thrives,
बस वो या 4 में रहते ना तो confirm था कि chicken ही ना आ
सकता. Move over to the bridge, a little bit out of the zone.
Yeah.
I feel like somehow you've got to find a coastal position.
Godlike को एक fight निकालनी पड़ेगी. किसी के भी एक fight निकाल के zone लेना
पड़ेगा.
The
warehouse, towards the triple stack. It's just going to be a bleed out for Enigma Galaxy. The placements aren't really going to be enough. Yeah, I want a little bit more forward thinking there.
Yeah, was the 40
top. Could not stay in for too much longer. 4 Thrives though, getting crashed on.
Here they go. E-Arena not messing around here, just full sending it, non-stop aggression from this team. And it's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Trying to hit that flick shot on Hazaifa. Hazaifa's really hurt here. Great.
Nice रे.
Picking apart the likes of 4
Hazaifa has been so difficult to deal with, but E-Arena, the only team to be able to take him down.
Let's go, W, Soumya.
Tony K goes down with him, but 10 eliminations now for E-Arena. very possible to get this res. This is the chance, though, for Enigma Galaxy to move across. And look at Ralph. He's getting over. Koops is looking to join him. This is the perfect opportunity. Whilst these teams on the east are preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good first step. I like what they've been able to do there. We've seen counterpointed river cross positions in 2-2 splits work well in the past. I'm hoping they can leverage that here. I'm a little bit disappointed in Orangutan on the north side. I feel like they could have poked their noses into that fight and third partied it as well, moved a little bit further out to the east, been fairly safe from Tiamba, and gotten stuck in there, but they hold inside. And I don't think it was going to be enough.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed here in the EWC is the
these
teams are ready to third party and take those opportunities. And it's just kind of surprising to see OG just kind of hold back there for a second. Enigma Galaxy, just due to the terrain, weren't able to even think about getting that party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation and get that 2-2 split going that you were talking about. So let's see how they're able to capitalize onto it, though. As now is the calm before the storm.
अगर zone हटा तो दिक्कत है, वरना तो हो
these
गया.
teams just planning it out, trying to figure out, okay, if the zone goes over here, we're gonna have to make these plays. If the zone stays on us,
yeah, we're gonna get the next zone unveiling itself in the next 20 seconds or so.
Power को अपन power बोलती.
Try and keep their ridgeline in play. This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Irina crashed on towards 4 Thrives. Falak. Yeah, went down very quickly. Not much you can do about that. When the flying vehicle launched over the top, it's bound on into your sight lines. He wasn't ready for it, which is kind of unfortunate. Next circle, though, comes in Jukes, and it will head over to the
zone आगे गया थोड़ा.
Do have to get on
ये
the
fight
road.
मारने. मारो. Let's go.
Compound, but Godlike are putting pressure on.
Yeah, Godlike. Remember, as Power said, the domination starts now. Let's see if they can actually make that thing, though, as they got Ulf right behind them. They're super pinched, making it very difficult for them to make a play from their position. And now you can see Scarface getting up close and personal. As Power out by his teams some time. It's going to be up to him and Edmino, though. As they are just trying to hold this spot. So now Ulf are in a perfect position to gate party this. Oh,
nice on Edmino.
But unfortunately, the smokes are perfectly put, and he's not able to get the thirst.
The nade is up high, doesn't quite go the distance. It went completely out of his viewing angle there. If it had been just a little bit further, that could have been a straight knock there. S-Power gets across. As well, but that blue zone pressure is coming through. OG and Irina, as well as Enigma Galaxy, also having to make moves in the meantime, Dukes. And move in from this east edge. Tiamba gonna have to move. There is a lot of teams that have to make some difficult decisions now. And OG are making it right now. They're gonna roll straight on forwards, try and get dead center here, and contest with the Galaxy on the coastline into Vitality sightlines as well. Three of them managed to get across, not unscathed, but alive.
Great IQ. One little plateau was right there. They were able to head straight towards it. They get their safe. Koops in trouble. The closest nade, he's done. Able to get the heel off and now get some shots downrange. Headshot onto Mormon. Joker right there next to him, though. Can Koops get to safety? No, he gets knocked, and E-Arena are going to continue to apply that pressure, getting that thirst. They're on to Koops. And Enigma Galaxy just getting picked apart. That 2-2 split not working out.
That was insane for Koops to be able to do so much damage on that angle. He really held Ralph in the game there, and are leaving Enigma Galaxy on 3. Orangutan lost players on the center as well. They are now down to just 2 as Irina make the same mad dash. The mad crash against Tianbao will not work out for them, and Irina evaporated.
The arena evaporated. But they did put some good points on the board for them. I love to see that aggression. Let's see if Tiamba, though, can put even some more points and get this chicken dinner. They already have 10 eliminations. They're looking pretty unstoppable. S-Power forced to hit the deck. Now with those sight lines just punishing them. I mean, they have this position locked down.
You needed Admino to be on an angle there to suppress Ulf, but no, not quite there, not quite ready.
Impossible.
It's a difficult spot on the north side, so I can't really blame them too much there. Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba, and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade over towards Tiamba. They're getting caught in the crunches. Enigma Galaxy move up the hill. They're challenging Orangutan. They're challenging Tiamba. They're doing a lot on this eastern side. Enigma Galaxy strike at the opportune moment.
Perfect timing there for Enigma Galaxy. They understand the situation. Hey, we gotta push up. We can't just sit back and relax, wait for them to come to us. And you can see Lord with those nades applying the pressure. I think they need to slow things down a little bit though. The circle is coming. The circle will push these teams out. So you want to make sure you hold on to all of that utility up until that last and final second. And I think they realize that. That's why they're starting to hold on to those nades. But the shots ringing out. Eagle getting a nice knock on the air. That's their biggest threat right now.
Catch though with the response over to QZZ. And it leaves Eagle alone. Dropping that smoke, the zone starts closing in 15 seconds, so this res needs to be now. It needs to come through as fast as possible to be able to be in a position to move out. Orangutan lose their final player. Gone. And it is going to go down to Enigma Galaxy, who are now up on 7 elims. Their transition from across the river has gone so well for them.
What a game from Enigma Galaxy, getting hot
Enigma Galaxy
over and over. They take out Ida in just a beautiful fashion, and now with this fortunate zone shift are putting the punishment on this lobby as they take down Eagle from Tiamba.
Now QZZ will go down too, and Tiamba knocked out. They managed to get a whole host of points though, 14 on the match. And they will keep themselves in the running for the podium. Enigma Galaxy looking to join them. There's not enough room for both of you. You've got to organize it. Back to front, stand the line. But Vitality gonna have to leave as well from their cover on that south edge.
Does Solus not see Satan right there in that corner? He had to see him now. No, he's too focused downhill. Oh, never mind. It's gonna be Axel that catches him out. So it's all up to Vitality. Is he able to survive?
High ground
gets knocked manpower are captaining from this compound for quite a while now. They haven't had to leave it. And when they do, it's against 2 duo teams with one of their players on either side knocked. For Ulf, this should be a clean sweep. There are no
chance
but it might get a little bit hairy. Lord is shot and Aaron doesn't even hit the deck. 2v4 here would be needed for Vitality, and they are getting cut across, sliced and diced. Downhill, they roll on in, and it's just Razy to stand in their way. The smoke billows, the P90 at hand. You couldn't ask for a better setup.
Bye-bye.
And they have the nades, the ordnance to blast them apart at the seams.
And that is how you do it, folks. Ulf just taking full opportunity there and capitalizing on it. We love to be able to see that. That building so strong. It was in circle all the way up there towards the end, but they didn't just sit on their hands, right? They just saw, they hunted down every elimination they possibly could, and then once they realized that those teams were weak, they pushed out immediately and were able to get
थोड़ी गलतियां हो रही है अपने एंड से लाइक थर्ड प्लेस नहीं ले रहे किल्स नहीं उठा रहे फाइट्स में और जोन फेवर एंड में हट जा रहे
But the rotations up towards the north side also
and zone फेवर दे रहे भाग जा रहे
हैं later on into that match, right? It was the teams that got there early that had the staying power. For me, a highlight of that game was also Tiamba holding off against the triple crash. It was Alula, followed by S2G, followed by Aurora. Everybody wanted to get into that central compound, but they did not get access at every single turn. It was a shame.
जितना अच्छा कर पा रही अपनी दोनों टीम कर ले बेटर
shut out.
I can tell वो comeback का एक storyline बन
पाए. Could have had more of an impact on that northeast side that would have changed the tune there, and hopefully they can find those opportunities in the future. It would be great to see them perform at the level we know them to be capable of from their performance.
बॉटलैक ने पुश किया ना, मेरे ख्याल से वो स्मोक करके जाना था ताकि तियनबा से अपन बच जाए. तियनबा ने पूरा ओपनली लेके मारा.
Just hyper aggressive, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see an opportunity, these teams are taking it. One team in particular, right? We got to talk about it.
is E.
और अगर आपने भाई लोग अभी तक नोट किया रहेगा 4 मैच हो गए एज द टीम आई गेस एक या दो ही फाइट आ रही है बाकी एक जो कि वो नहीं होना चाहिए आज पता नहीं थोड़ा कैजुअलिटी बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है
allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 to recover that pressure without any third
जो अपने को यहाँ पे दिखा था ग्रुप स्टेज में भाई one side मार रहे थे.
A good result. I would even say it's a great result to keep them at the top of the tables. Well, I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore. We'll have to double check that. But a man who could find out is Kalaris down on the stage with the arena.
बस कोई ना भाई लोग अभी 2 मैच और है
looking fantastic so far. Let's ask them a few questions about the games here to get things rolling. So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general.
इसलिए गॉडलाइक का सेकंड में आपको पता है
Furia นะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่
सेकंड में उनका कमबैक रहते
Furia ฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมกับวิธีที่ Furia เล่น
तो जी भी कर लेगी भाई क्योंकि उन्होंने किया है ऑलरेडी किया है
แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they're approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they're winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ survival stage นะฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่
एक मैच में कैसे खेल रहे ब्रदर दोनों क्वालीफाई हुई है
ไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
डोमिनेट करके क्वालीफाई हुई है अभी यहाँ पे सिर्फ डोमिनेशन देखना बाकी है
here to win of course and it's like since everyone this is a new day new group so this is a champion group now everyone starting at the 0 point so that's no different and we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
डे 2 कमबैक आएगा वो तो वैसे ही है देखो डे 1 होता है लॉबी रेड करने का डे 2 होता है कमबैक डे 3 जो कमबैक किया है उसको होल्ड करने का पर कर लेंगे अपने कर लेंगे और ऊपर से मेन चीज क्या है कि स्मैश रूल है तो अगर बाय चांस अपने मैचेस खराब भी जाते हैं वो स्मैश रूल के चलते अपन जीत भी सकते हैं लास्ट डे पे कमबैक मार के भी हो सकता है ऐसा नहीं है कि ये मैच खत्म हो गया है लास्ट डे तक कौन जीत रहे हैं आपको भी नहीं पता होगा थर्ड डे के पहले नहीं सेकंड मैच के बाद कौन जीत रहा है आप खुद आएंगे रह जाओगे कि ये क्या हो रहा है इस मैच तो इतना खतरनाक है ना भाई जो 50 टीम होगी वो भी जाके चैंपियन बन सकती है बड़े स्मैश रूल देखो स्मैश रूल क्या रहते मैं अभी एक बार प्रॉपर्ली एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूँ कि समझ लो कि सेकेंड डे के एंड पे गॉडलाइक के पॉइंट से 110 ठीक है तो जो थर्ड डे का स्टार्ट होगा तो गॉडलाइक को प्लस 10 पॉइंट्स करने हैं मतलब 110 है तो अगर वो 120 के ऊपर चले जाते उनके जो पहला मैच है उसमें उनके 11 किल है वो मर जाती तो हो गया 121 पॉइंट्स हो गए बस फिर उनको एक चिकन मारना है चाहे वो 0 किल चिकन हो 1 किल चिकन हो 2 किल चिकन हो वो चिकन मारा टूर्नामेंट खत्म ट्रॉफी घर और समझ लो कि भाई 110 का वो टारगेट हो गया सारी टीम्स के लिए फिफ्थ वाली टीम के 80 पॉइंट्स है उन्होंने 30 पॉइंट्स का चिकन मारा और उनके पॉइंट्स हो गए 121 ठीक है उनको फिर एक चिकन मारना है नीचे से ऊपर आके एक चिकन मारा टूर्नामेंट खत्म वैसे है सीधा खत्म ही हो जाएगा तभी कि एंड तक आपको भी नहीं पता कौन जीत रहा है 120 पॉइंट ज्यादा कर दिए तो नहीं जीतेगा चिकन मारना है, समझ रहे हो? चिकन मारना है तो ही होगा, वरना तो फिर जो पॉइंट टेबल से जीत रहा है वो जीतेगा 6 मैच के, मतलब टोटल 18 मैच के एंड में जो पॉइंट टेबल होगा उससे जीतेगा। और ये स्मैश रूल से अगर जीतना है तो बस एक चिकन मारना है। जैसे 18 मैच में समझ लो स्मैश रूल वाला अप्लाई हुआ ही नहीं, किसी ने कोई चिकन नहीं ले पाया ऊपर वाली टीम, तो जो टॉप पे रहेगा वो जीतेगा। समझ लो कि भाई XYZ टीम के 201 पॉइंट है और सेकंड वाली टीम के है 200 पॉइंट है, तो 201 वाली जीत जाएगी, वैसे है।
Sini Ben, kau mati juga kan jangan. Ini Ben, ambil Ben. Lari Ben, lari Ben.
Ini क्या कर रहा है मार्किया?
Oh yang ini.
बहुत लूट रहे हैं ये तो।
Mana dia? Ini Bang.
अभी और कितने में? अभी और 2 मैच है अपने।
We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Nangis dulu jangan nangis yang.
A3 पे पूरे टेबल के हिसाब से बने ऑलरेडी नहीं होता। अरे वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मैं तो अप्रोक्स बता रहा हूँ, वो डिपेंड करेगा जो टॉप वाली टीम होगी उसका।
PMWC at EWC 26, and these players are currently putting up the numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the PMWC lucky spin that is currently in the game. Log into
मैं पानी भर क्या हो गया भाई लोग, तब तक आप थोड़ा सुनो अपने भाई लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं। अगर मैं कुछ मिस करूँ
creator, none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out, make sure you do so. The Alien Fusion Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I personally just want the Grossa.
Yeah, I do have the Grossa. Unfortunately, I don't use it much because I cannot control that recoil. So I just stick to the Org because I'm basic like that, 7. But the Org is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive, none other than Ulf, Natura.
Oh, finally. You said it, right? We're finally getting a play where we actually have all of Ulf still around, still here, to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta this year. And you know what? They're able to finally get it done. I told you, they're a slow starting team. We're getting to the finals. We're finally starting to see these more dominant finishes from Ulf. But second place, Nemo Galaxy. I got a segment later on, but you know what? It's good to see that once they do get out of the hot drop 7, they can actually put up big points.
They can put up those big points. Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than Godlike and OG. This was a match that they really needed laced because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them, and being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zones. So they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side, but still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them. Obviously, we talk about slow starting teams, and they are one of them, but I do believe that coming into like the next match, we're probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is. And one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max, none other than 4Thrives. 4Thrives getting 8 eliminations this last match.
Good to see. Finally, good to see it, especially a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in that game too. That was fun to see how they won that little bit of an encounter. Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa. But they had a very good early rotation. You could say a bad rotation for non Red Force, where they catched them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill. And you know 4Thrives, right, Nipchira? if they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did, and Ultra Red Force took a massive L there. So 4 Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them, because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't, and even in this in this state of where we're seeing them of just kind of indecision, I think they don't really know what's going on. But it is nice to see that, they're still a threat even in this state. It's just been really difficult for me to watch 4 Thrives, because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times, and I can tell that they're not sure what's wrong, why this isn't really happening. There's a little bit of the old spark there in this last game, but I think really it's just indecision. They're hesitating just too much.
Did you say like something about T24 going out a lot early recently? Like that's been a big issue, right?
Early. Yeah, and he's one of the big fraggers. He's really up and coming as a big fragger for the team. So for him to go out early, yes, Suzaif is able to clutch, but you know, T24, they need a 4th player. They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, T24 was able to start slow during groups as well. Then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow. So that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team that has been really consistent, especially with eliminations. We talked about it earlier, Lace, is none other than Tiamba. Tiamba just keeps putting up those eliminations in a big, big way.
They absolutely have, and I also want to add into that, like, keeping up those sort of eliminations. It's also E-Arena. Like, we sort of like look at these 2 powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these 2 teams, because they are making it in those top 5 positions. They are clearing their space. They're grabbing the eliminations along the way. Even in a fight where I think it was Nigma Galaxy could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will cover it, they didn't sort of get into that contention, but E-Arena just kept making power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays to get the position that they want. And obviously, early eliminations, especially in today, is what will capitalize you for going into tomorrow. So this steady, I guess, excel in eliminations has been awesome from both of these squads.
Yeah, especially for E-Arena, right? Remember what we saw of E-Arena in day 1 of their Group B? They were able to get those 29 eliminations in Rondo, and then after that, they kind of just ended up dying off us. We're actually going to be looking at a comparison between Group Day 1 and also what they're doing here in the finals. And something that I want you to keep in mind is the placement that this team is currently being able to put up, being able to survive even longer, and the eliminations are even higher because they have been consistent with those.
बट दोनों का ड्रॉप सेम है मेरे को ये डर है कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि ड्रॉप फ्लैश ले ले
fairly confident. The lobby is hard. I'm going to say that. It is a very, very difficult lobby. Night and day from the group stage, from the survival stage. But they are handling it very well. I do want to say very quickly, what I loved about the fight with 4 Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area there. It's a dip, and then you got those 2 cliffs. And what actually they is they went in, they went off the cliff,
कुणाल भाई का स्ट्रीम क्यों खुल गया?
and then used that terrain
अपना
where
मैप
they
स्ट्रीम
see to move around in front of them as well, so it gave the illusion that they were everywhere at once when really they weren't. And for a team that is slightly struggling like 4 Thrives, that was just the death knell. So very well played by EA. Good knowledge of the terrain.
उन्हें लगा यार चलेगा छोड़ो ना हो जाएगा रैंक पुश खुद हो जाएगा अब यार भाई भी है ना तो यहाँ पे अपन ज़्यादा एंजॉय करते हैं
when we talk about Aaron Gill, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just they're just squandering their hopes.
Yeah, I mean Nigma Galaxy saw what could do.
इनका तो जो ड्रॉप फाइट हो रही अरे मारो Nigma
Galaxy dropping there.
यहाँ पे ईडा का बहुत नुकसान भी हुआ इसी बारे
going to be joining up on this one. And initially I was like, okay, Ida,
sound increase करते हो.
You know, as a clear up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never give up this location, and it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because Ida are not just ruining your Erangels, they're ruining your entire tournament run so far.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Because for Nigma Galaxy, it's like Ida is the newcomers. They need to get out. Clearly, it's not working for them. They have 2 points over the entire day. 1-2, that's it. But you're right. Nigma Galaxy is ending up ruining their tournament chances as well, because we are seeing really good performances from Nigma. I love how they've been playing, but they're just entering the zone way too late because of Ida.
Yeah, of course, we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single player. I promise you, they do not get a finish like that. They do not get that many points. So right now, Nigma Galaxy, I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry. And I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because this is a team, remember, that got in through the group stage. They were second in their group. They had a fantastic second day. They won like 3 of the games. They were hyper aggressive. We know this is a team that can play very well, but they're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Yeah. Again, they have 2 points. You're not going to win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 thrives, I think it was on the
कर लेंगे अभी देखो 2 मीरा मारे
instantly third party it, and now teams are going around
जो भी रिजल्ट्स है बस कल कमबैक दे
कल because they know no one is going to get that
करके
because they're so focused on that clash
हो जाएगा 3 दिन का है तो
chill of course here. Big respect, by the way. Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players, that was very well executed.
OG ने भी first day पे chicken मारा था,
and you lose a player, then instantly your chances of a win dwindle to almost nothing.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4 Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players, and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send. Game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity for them to get any points whatsoever. So, yeah, for Nigma, this is bad on both sides. I'm mad at Ida for initiating this every single game, but Nigma need to figure out how to adapt to this.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out how to adapt to this. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pochinki, it wouldn't be Nigma, because Nigma has been getting the better end of this, especially they showcased what they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too, so Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about some of that, you're gonna pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between this squad. Who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think they're making slow decisions, but again, this is slowing their decision, but Ida just,
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. Well, they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drops a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight Orangutan fighting Ulf. Everything is happening in the game. Teams are not going to wait for you, and while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck you could see on the left side of your screen, he came back for round 2, and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max. I mean, we get so mad at that hot drop, and we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I'm going to come over to your table and I'm going to
moonwalk.
be aggressive. I'm going to at you.
TLDR for the entire segment. We don't like it. End of story.
Yeah.
But third parties kills
right now in first place with 48 points. Tiamba continuing those consistency of eliminations. This is the main story for Tiamba right now. 45 points, 37 coming from the aliens. And if we start going down, we are seeing one team that has been going down as they have been going on. And it's none other than Aurora, man.
Unfortunately, I still have not seen the comeback of Doc.
वो लोग फोकस की कि भाई प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स और चिकन दोनों लेते हैं। और वो ये कि अगर रिस्क थोड़ी लेनी पड़े, थोड़ा रिस्क लेंगे तो रिवॉर्ड भी अच्छा मिल सकता है, या तो लॉबी जा सकती है ऐसे। अभी ये है कि अभी जो ड्रॉप क्लैश हो रहा है, मेरे को इसका टेंशन है कि भाई क्या होगा।
They're slipping down, and especially when Ulf now, they've just got a 4-man finish. You know, Ulf are going to be chasing for that podium spot.
I mean, for me, I'm not too worried about Aurora right now. They've had a good start to the day or start to the finals, and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, say I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried, and then you start sounding very worried.
चालू होगा नहीं होगा आज?
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, this isn't looking too good.
She just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay.
DAG is struggling without IG. अच्छा गंदे क्या matches सब में?
Ends up finding themselves here in the first page, but going here towards the second page, we really haven't seen much plays out of
first page में आने के लिए सिर्फ और सिर्फ 10 पॉइंट की कमी है, 10 और 13 की कमी है. और लाइक को 10 चाहिए, OG को 13 चाहिए.
Like losing the contests on these fights. They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through.
दो मैच में हो तो सकता है यार, मतलब आज फर्स्ट पेज में ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं.
Gifted scenario in a lot of segments.
12 मिनट स्टार्ट होने में. अच्छा.
You've heard me about Fury, guys. I'm not going to go on about that. But what
डाइट के 4 मैच में 2 किल है. वो भी अगर टोरंटो में होंगे. यहाँ पे तो खराब ही जाएगा. एंगल तीनों खराब है.
Playing incredibly scared. So Neptura, after your sort of worried statement, I am also worried in that sense, because like even in that final zone there, they had the western side to sort of scoop up behind Nigma Galaxy, and they did nothing.
Yep. One thing that I want to see more out of, especially towards that second page, is none other than Godlike. And I would love to see the player stats so far today, because this is a team that a lot of people were expecting to actually finish pretty high. And it has to come with the fragging power of S Power. And right now, for S Power to give him a break, he is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least one. But the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good in a lobby of this caliber if you want to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle, because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S Power, from Admino, even Sommei, and Manya is a great IGL, but you need to utilize it and take your chances.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manya is making like these sort of scouting power plays, but the rest of the team is not supporting him, in which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now, because Manya is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few other sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught in.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that you have to frag your way out of them. A little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive.
It's
so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of its players. As Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're gonna do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man and the short man. I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves.
Special
little reporter, right?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of the adversity. And I think that when you watched as QCZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year alone, I think a lot of people, including Max and some pundits, etc., wanted extra people to be able to step up to the plate alongside him.
Sure.
Milu's been able to do that like twofold, which has been really phenomenal to watch so far.
Oh, Milu has been amazing. Milu's been really, really good. It's fantastic to see. I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMI, where he was able to get 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage for QCZ. But yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's really
वहाँ पे प्लेयर्स बीमार हो गए, दिक्कत हुआ है. माने अभी वॉमिट कर रहे हैं, बहुत से लोग वॉमिट कर रहे हैं.
They're not playing now.
कुछ food poison वगैरह हुआ है.
Let's just put that to the side for the time being. But yeah, A-King's kind of like the Revo of the team. He plays.
यार ये नहीं होना चाहिए था रे.
Milu's just very good in those clutch moments, and yeah, the load is spread out very.
Hopefully भाई recover हो जाए फटफट.
Eagle is also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Okay, so I mean, the thing is that I think when you look at
भाई इतने बड़े टूर्नामेंट में ये तो नहीं होना चाहिए था रे.
Move on to our next team is that double chicken dinner that they got at the start of survival stage, huge revitalization for them to be able to get themselves back on the road again and actually push.
बहाने अरे साले एक बस सिर्फ मान्या का नहीं हो रहे, बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स के हो रहे.
I do think
लाइव अपडेट से क्या? अरे हाँ अरे एंकी भाई वही है ना, उन्होंने डाला है.
Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right? It's very. I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming.
क्या हुआ? अरे फूड पॉइजन वगैरह कुछ तो हुआ है वहाँ पे.
I like it when players are
खाने पीने में दिक्कत आई होगी तो वॉमिटिंग हो रही है.
He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QCZ is a little bit more serious, I would say.
मतलब ये रियल अपडेट है, एंकी भाई ने वहाँ से ही डाला है. वो ऑलरेडी पेरिस में ही है. गॉडलाइक के साथ ही है वो.
A guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it, and he should be because he's having an unreal run.
Hopefully भाई सब भी हो जाए एकदम रिकवर एंड तब चालू कर दे मारना.
Moments pretty good as well. Obviously they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole. And they are one of the teams that a lot of people thought was going to be able to attain those top spots. Right now, their space control.
Foreign country and different food. वो तो वही है. बाहर का तो खाना वैसे ही होता है.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Eren is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL season 1 spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. Way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard. He's a grizzled warrior. But he looks good. And I think that for Ulf though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice for me to be in like stage 6 and really believe in Ulf to actually win the game that they should be winning if they make the necessary movements, which was to take out Tiamba and slowly corral the rest of the squad. So the fact that they did one, kind of a prideful moment for me.
तभी मैं शुरू क्यों नहीं हो रहा क्योंकि बाहर है ना इतना टाइम नहीं लेती. बाहर मैक्सिमम 10 मिनट में रीसेट हो जाओ.
About myself.
चालू करो वैसा.
That is right. Okay,
इस बार इतना टाइम ले लिया ना भाई.
Great job, lads. Great job.
I think as well, controlling that compound now has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifting. So they had to turn all their attention to the east as the next main threat. And I think you're right, they prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E-Arena, who has looked... It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E-Arena's been putting up so far.
Anytime I call Johnny, call
I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but 4-5 have like almost zero opportunity to be able to react to the snowball coming down the hill and, crushing them all. It was tough.
It was tough. I mean, E-Arena is just a strange team right now where I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky, which even I don't think are very sure about this point. I remember a time when Schweppes, was sweeping aside the competition, but again, I think E-Arena just hasn't quite hit that full stride yet, but they do have the massive potential, Kale.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past with Schweppes, with, of course, Vampire in the past. But anyway, thank you very much, Blank, for joining me here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Glitter with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very CC heavy. So talk us through what's been going on.
So currently the game going on behind us at the moment is Magnus Carlsen, the tournament favourite, playing for Team Liquid against Nahal Sarin for SAUL.
Okay.
So pretty big game, mainly for Team Liquid. You know, SAUL have popped up across a few games, but not really near the top of the leaderboard. So Team Liquid, I'm not going to pretend like they're near the top at the moment either, to be honest with you, because they're probably lower down than SAUL at the moment. They're expected to get a win here this weekend, considering Magnus Carlsen being the chess player that he is. And he is up 2-0 at the moment as well. So even if he gets one more draw through the next 2 games, he'll be progressing to the semi-finals.
बाकी भाई लोग एक साथ मिलके लाइक कर दो एंड जो भी नए चैनल पे सब्सक्राइब ऑल्सो क्या अपन 40,000 लाइक हिट कर सकते हैं पढ़ के लाइक्स कर दो चलो 8 का दिन नहीं था भाई नेक्स्ट मैच कम बैक ये जी का भी नहीं अपनी यहाँ पे भी अभी मैचेस खराब जा रही होपफुली भाई
And Ali Reza
तीनों
is kind of playing now.
जवानों मारे वहाँ के और कमबैक लेके
Hikaru Nakamura already through to the semi-finals, which lines up a Hikaru Nakamura versus Dennis Lazovic, AGL versus Falcons in the semi-final.
I mean, to be fair, Dennis was trying to almost preempt the when he was practicing, putting the key
कॉल डॉली चाय वाला देखो इसको देखो नागपुर जाता हूँ कॉल करता हूँ आपसे बात कराता हूँ कि भाई बंदा बोल रहा है कॉल करने तो मैं आया हूँ ये बात कर
It's been a good one over here.
गजब भाई
There's so many club championship storylines that kind of lay on chess at the moment, considering, you know, AGL have been knocked out of PUBG Mobile, have been knocked out of several other competitions as well. So Team Falcons have to be outperformed by AGL if AGL want to keep that top spot, but then again, Falcons are in Rocket League as well, so they're kind of in a great position to go far in the club championship this week.
कोरिया टीम को अरे यार काश मैं उनके पास होता भाई इतना मोटिवेशन देता ना कि भाई सब पागल हो के मारते सबको ऐसी चीजें देता मैं
a big impact on just how close that race for the leaderboard is. We actually have way more matches coming up on the rest of the day, so as we have some more updates, we'll check back in with you, Trev. For now, we're gonna say goodbye.
Shout out to the amazing
the
amazing Trav as well for the club championship update. But now going back to PUBG Mobile's esports here at PMWC at EWC 26. We got to talk about Aurora. I would love to see Aurora player stats because there is one player in particular that you're not happy with his performance. You're over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like because for this squad, I mean, they were able to start off hot, but they're just going to keep going down that leaderboard.
Yeah, it's not even just Doc.
मेरे को भी ऐसा लग रहा है भाई लोग डिले होने वाला है
Reefus as well, that's kind of like
मैचेस स्किल्स पे पोस्टपोन मारेंगे
Ziola can give him a pass because he had some incredible grenades early on Rondo, so sure maybe it doesn't showcase itself in the stats, but in general I feel like Ziola's definitely also been pulling his weight, but top, it's been the top show. Getting almost 3 average eliminations per game is crazy in a lobby of this caliber, but it's not enough when only one player's putting up those numbers. Niptura, Doc, Reefus, again, Ziola get a pass, but Doc and Reefus, I want to see those guys doing well here in these coming Miramars.
Oh, absolutely. We know they can offer so much more than they are right now. I also want to give Reefus a half pass as well, because similarly to Ziol, we did see Reefus have some really cool information scouting off angles, like way across certain areas of the zone, really trying to get as much information as possible for his team. So in that regard, yeah, I do feel like he's kind of pulling his weight a little bit, but yes, overall I do agree with you, Max, that all of them need to really be stepping up to the plate here. 4th place is okay. It's not far behind first, but we know that they can do so much more.
Yeah, and for me, no pass for Reefus. Okay, Reefus, I expect a lot better from you. You're the only player right now that hasn't gotten one of the international MVPs in that squad, so the pressure is on you, okay? Any passes that I had for him was last year. This is a new year. I want to see more survival time out of him as well, but here we go. We're looking at the overall lace. We're talking about Tiamba. We're talking about Flash. We're talking about some of these teams that we need to see more placement points out of.
Yeah, I want to ask Max, if he were to be an embodiment of a coach, you pick Team Flash, right?
Oh, if I wanted to coach a team, which team I would coach?
No, so I think Flash was, wasn't that your...
They're my prediction, yeah.
Yeah, your prediction?
Yeah.
Obviously being 7th place there, not doing terribly, but come on.
23 points behind.
Inner coach, what do you think they need to do to be able to skyrocket up that leaderboard?
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Ooh, you're putting me on the spot right now. I didn't prepare a segment for this, but no, okay, no, Team Flash. I feel like actually there was one fight that was versus 4 Thrives. That I find interesting. That was actually the one that happened last game that eventually was won by Ulf. I feel like what happened with Team Flash, they got caught off guard and they didn't find a good way to get themselves back up on their 2 feet and get ready for the fight. Which under pressure, that is what you need to be able to do. Flash is a great team, right? If they take a fight they're ready for, when they're not ready for it, they just tend to crumble a little bit. So
start करो भाई. मैं कॉल कर दी है. मेरे को बोले कि सारे प्लेयर्स एक बार फिट एंड फाइन हो जाए फिर शुरू कर दे. इसलिए उन्होंने बोला है मेरे को. अभी वही मैसेज किया मैं उनको. वो रिप्लाई आ गया.
But right now in the second pitch, knowing Hora Esports, they're not going to be happy with this performance.
No, अभी हो रहा है शुरू, टेंशन मत लो.
It's a bit of an odd one, right? Because I think it's hard to say, like Max, right? It's hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on with them. But
you're from Saudi, शुक्रिया भाई.
Likes to play edge, likes to survive, likes to wait until the last few phases of the game to really start spreading out and taking third-party opportunities. They're very good at those third parties, and we're just not seeing that from them. They try sort of
call Iron Man. अरे माँ की यहाँ किसको कॉल करूँ? करो भाई.
These more aggressive players and more aggressive teams, and so they just seem to be a little bit too passive. I know Hora tends to be called passive a little bit more, but this is not a passive team when it comes to.
कितने मैचेस बाकी? 2 मैचेस बाकी है. And अभी वो 2 मैचेस के क्या होते हैं वो नहीं पता. Because players are not well.
From the first couple of matches, so like obviously we talk about teams that sort of start out strong, start out weak. I think they started out incredibly strong, but it seems like obviously coming into these later matches and everybody's reading the zones a little bit better in these positionings, they are getting caught out on that. So I do agree with you in that sense. But look, it's just kind of that balance of mentality that they're sort of struggling later in these matches, but I feel like even though it's just today, I feel like tomorrow it's going to be like a little bit of a different scene from them in the start. I do believe so. I do believe they have it. They got the fans.
भाई तो non-stop हाँ हो रहा हाँ.
Maybe not for the rest of today, but
भाई ना रुक रही.
I was about to say you're giving them a break until tomorrow. No, these fans, I want to see it. They want to see it coming up in Miramar.
बस करो यार भाई लोग कॉल वाला बस करो यार बातचीत ही कर लो. At least मैं आपको रिप्लाई तो दूँ आप मेरे से बात करो.
You might just have only 2 games there on that day 3, and you just don't know how it's going to go. If it happens like it happened in the Macau Invitational, boy oh boy, that was crazy. We had 5 teams in the Smash Zone at the same time. Eventually, Nongshim Red.
मैं आपकी शादी में आया था love from Boj. Thank you भाई.
Smash rolling in play, you just don't know how long you really have, Nipture, so you got to make the most out of the games you're currently playing, because otherwise that gap.
आज रात को पूरा गुस्सा मयूर के ऊपर निकालना भी on satisfaction. अरे यार गुस्सा तो है ही नहीं मेरे को. किस का गुस्सा निकालूं? मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि भाई अपनी टीम अच्छा गिरी. वैसा गुस्सा नहीं है मेरे अंदर.
What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives because again they do very well typically, very well on day 1, because day 2 they tend to dip. The momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really.
यार तो इतना स्पैम हो रहा है ना चैट में देख भी नहीं पा रहा.
That's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will still happen, but depending on how the leaderboard is looking and depending on what other teams end up doing, we could end up just seeing 2 games because Smash Roll is in effect. So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end
Gujarati stream कब करोगे? Very soon. Lucy bhai, thanks for 20.
First place on the previous day, you get plus 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call the Smash Zone. Once a team is able to pass that threshold, in the next game, if they do end up winning, or whichever game after that, if they do end up winning, they would end up winning via Smash Win. This is something that we kind of you were especially hitting on just now, Max, because it could come into play. If a team is too far ahead, I mean, especially with Rondo starting off as well, it could be an easy 10 points for that squad. And later on, we can see teams just readjusting their playing style because all they have to do is just win, baby.
But it also adds so much pressure.
Yes.
Right? We do have to highlight it. I mean, I want to take you guys back to Game Season 1. Right, in Indonesia, 4 Thrives. What was it? 50+ point lead after day 1, like something crazy like that. They just destroyed everyone in those 6 games, and then comes over. Like, oh, wait a minute. We try and get into the Smash Zone. They get in the Smash Zone very early. Pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh, you're crumbling. You're having a bad time, and they catch back up to that team and almost take it away. In that last minute, but luckily enough,
very soon.
4 Thrives do maintain that top position, but. The Smash Roll is a blessing and a curse based on how you approach it, and for 4 Thrives, I am scared if they do get into the smash room once again, how are they going to perform?
Embargo,
They can't afford to shake up badly here back to back.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what we have seen in the past with 4 Thrives, which is the biggest question mark, and that is the mental state of the players, because when things don't end up going their way, they do end up getting into their mind. Yeah. For them, being able to be champions, though, for 4 Thrives is going to be looking different. For a team that's wanting to become champions, none other than Enigma Galaxy, they have had a great start here today, but I know Jackie got a chance to talk to them.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, live from Pmwc at Esports World Cup, and I'm joined by the legend himself, Raul
from EP.
Now, buddy, I gotta get in.
क्या लग रहा है आज क्या एंड होगा? यार देखो,
been hot dropping you every
मेरा expectations है कि भाई
they're willing to sacrifice their own points to target your team. What's going through your mind in these moments, and what was that like, kind of asserting the dominance of we keep winning this and I'm going to prove it, standing up on the stage?
I mean,
तो मेरा इस expectations कि भाई top 5 एंड होगा, but आज first page पे एंड मार देना तो भी सही. 2 मैच अच्छा खेल लिया हो जाएगा.
But they know we won't change, and they know we're better than them.
मेरे को TAG की जर्सी दे दो ब्रो, TAG on top. हाँ देखो, TAG की जर्सी चाहिए आपको. तो किक पे फॉलो कर लो, किक पे जितनी भी स्ट्रीम हो रही है वो देखो, एंड वहाँ पे जो टॉप 10 व्यूअर्स होंगे उनको मिलेगा TAG का जर्सी. एंड सिर्फ जर्सी नहीं आएगा, उसके अंदर सारे प्लेयर्स की सिग्नेचर होगी, एंड उसको और थोड़ा स्पेशल करके मैं भेजूंगा.
Obviously, that's
so
talking
make
a
sure
little bit
more
more
kick
positive
वगैरह भी
term.
follow करो.
It's been pretty good for you guys so far in finals. It feels like the comms right now on the team are really clean as well. Do you think this is going to be Enigma winner? You're looking to take the trophy home this year?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like we're prepared more than ever to win the trophy. We're trying our best. Everything is going our way for now. It's a good start, but the tournament is still long, so we keep it up, keep the momentum, and try to grab that trophy.
एंड पे लफड़ा हुआ था. ना गलत चीजें मत करो यार, जो है वो.
Let's see if they can do it.
I see the key crusher on stage. I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Oh, यार.
That's why I found a crusher of my own through totally legal means. Now let's crush this watermelon.
Made a few more points, then no problem at all. Time for Team India versus all time.
That's how esports should be done.
ए किंग क्या किया है रे? वो जो सेंटर में आते हैं उसको टैप किया है ना कि ऑटोमेटिकली जो लिखे वो. मैं सोचा कुछ अच्छा लिखा होगा, मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ. आगे दिया आपने. कुछ भी लिख के कुछ भी स्पैम कर दिया.
For T1.
एक तो मेरा नेक्स्ट स्टेप हो रहा है वापस से.
Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans.
स्टार्ट होगा कि नहीं होगा. ये क्या चिपचिपा निकला? क्या मार किया स्क्रीन पे?
Can of cola. Esports. What time is it?
सब क्रश कर लो ना, एक काम करो.
Time to go.
I love seeing that. I love seeing them just crashing other stuff, you know? What's one thing, Lace, what's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Max Man's hopes for Team Flash.
Damn it. No.
Why?
No, I think...
गरीबों भाई यार, वो आपको परमिशन लेनी पड़ेगी. आप डायरेक्टली नहीं कर सकते Watchparty.
Wait, what? I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
मैचेस कब स्टार्ट होंगे? भाई वो प्लेयर्स बीमार है यार, जब प्लेयर्स आएंगे.
What would you be crushing?
7.
प्लेयर्स एक बार आजे रीसेट हो जाए फिर ही होगा.
What would I be crushing? You know
Who would I be crushing?
Who would I be crushing? No. Ooh, can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
No, don't do me.
On the spot. Come on.
I would be crushing the key of Ida because they're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not even end, and I would just take it and crush it and turn it into a paste and squash it under my feet. So I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell. Probably, I don't like it. It's not fun.
How about you?
He's looking at me. I can see him on the monitor. He's looking at me very intensely. Is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is bullying.
Come on.
What's it gonna be?
Instagram DMs.
Actually, that's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually. Yeah.
अबे लोली भाई आपको मिलना है एयर क्रिएशन very soon कोई तगड़ा सा मीटअप कहीं करेंगे टेंशन मत लो करेंगे तब अपन मिलते
You know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'll love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the
16 अगस्त को क्या हो रहा है?
Squeaky
क्या हो
chicken.
रहा है?
The what?
Squeaky chicken. Crush that. See what happens.
Jeez, come down there in Farmville. As we're gonna be going
क्या है
to
16 अगस्त को?
Miramar, one thing that we've been noticing. Oh my gosh, talking about Miramar, perfect time to us. We're seeing some of the bloopers that we have had so far at PMWC.
मुझे प्रवीण लोग मैं अभी लाइव हूँ अरे तो गरीबों भाई थी आप वहाँ फोकस करो अपने लाइव पे अगर आप यहाँ वहाँ सुपर चैट करोगे तो ऑडियंस का कुछ क्यों देखेगी
Yeah, it did. It was.
आप अपनी स्ट्रीम पे फोकस करो एंड आप एंजॉय करो आप भी एंजॉय करो आप अपनी ऑडियंस को भी एंजॉय करो तब जाके ग्रोथ मिलेगी ना आप यहाँ वहाँ सुपर चैट करोगे यहाँ वहाँ नहीं होगा just concentrate
That one, oh, that was my favorite one so far,
That's
Max.
so good.
You know how hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah, I mean,
Mania bench ना भाई ना
when he was going over with the glider, he was
कोई chance नहीं है Mania को bench वाला
shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for
match cancel.
I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the
What,
case.
yeah?
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. It was like, ooh.
Oh, never
mind.
mind.
Yeah, कुछ नहीं है.
PMGC, not in the final.
Fake मत लिखो, fake मत लिखो.
That's like, ooh, maybe not, maybe not. Hora, oh, we love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition.
Follow पे तो ठीक है. मतलब वही होगा cancel होगा कि कल पे जाएगा.
Max is pretty much what this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance, give the other players a chance. We're like, okay, time to nade ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners. Because otherwise, they're just not going to get anything done.
Time लगेगा.
So, yeah, that's the.
मेरे को लग रहा है भाई delay in the sense कि कल पे जाएगा. कल 8 मैचेस होंगे. Players की हालत खराब हो जाएगी 8 मैचेस की.
There is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more red. I love how the shade just went from like your regular color to now starting to get a little bit more red with this hot drops. But the thing is, with Godlike, one thing that they have adjusted, Lace, is with Godlike, they haven't hot dropped before. They did hot drop at the start of the tournament, but they realized it wasn't going to be going their way, and they stopped hot dropping.
I mean, they make these decisions based off of, I guess, all their play
और भाई
styles
दोनों है
of
पता
previous
पता.
matches. I like
Record
the
से
fact
पूछो.
that they're
अरे
trying
वो
to
stream
make
name कर रहा होगा क्या
different
पूछो.
decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also
वो
they
stream
do
कर रहे हैं ना.
have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day.
देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है. चलो ना 10 मिनट और वेट करके 10 मिनट में शुरू नहीं होता है तो पकड़ के चलो कि भाई कल पे कल जाएगा मैचेस. Postponed हो जाएंगे.
Capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn in with just scan that real quick right here. just go ahead and scan it and see what teams you're going to be selecting. I ended up selecting
BGMI Lite का क्या update है? मेरे को भी नहीं पता भाई BGMI Lite का.
First time that in a long time
Zero idea.
picked them to win.
मेरे से क्यों पूछ रहे? मेरे को भी नहीं पता भाई. मैंने कब तुमको बोल दिया कि आएगा?
They're not. The way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next couple of days. But 4Thrives, also a team that needs to step up because, look, I've been supporting you guys for ages and ages, and you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is 4Thrives. I thought I was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought I was horror. I'm not. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought.
Bad. No.
I love that Tura just kicks it too. She doesn't even try to pick it up.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any 4Thrives merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf, I think he's win.
Yeah?
Yes.
Let's go. Big up for all.
Let's go, Ulf. Ulf.
What about you, brother?
Ulf.
So we got some old fans in the house.
Hello, how was it?
Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit. Hey guys, 4Thrives. Hey, okay, there we go. Got some 4Thrives fans in the house.
अभी होगा मैच. वो पता लग जाएगा ना bro. Wait.
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah. But
there's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
How is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4Thrives here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4Thrives?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our country and represent us, so we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting loud throughout the event? Your energy, I imagine that. I've been hearing a lot of 4Thrives cheers. That coming from you guys?
Yeah, that's definitely us. We are here to support our team, to cheer them.
Good luck with the event. Fingers crossed for 4Thrives. They've been looking great. I'm going to roam on, see what else we got. Enjoy the show. What we got going on down here? Hello, bro.
ये तो थोड़ा कमाल लो बैठे बोर हो गए होंगे.
Who do you think's going to win the event?
Okay.
Ush bhai, thanks for this $5. Okay, क्या unblock हो गया आपका?
It's going to be a tough competition. Is the EWC man all over the world. Everyone is competitive in this game. So let's.
मैं तो इंटरव्यू सुन के पागल हो गया हूँ भाई.
So then I can say.
इतने इंटरव्यू सुन लिए ना कि उसमें पागल हो गया.
So let's just wait patiently. First day is a good day for everyone. Let's hope my team win. Horror.
We want to see Horror win. If they get there, you'd love to see a big Horror victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say.
बोला है आपने एक रील में. अरे मैंने ऐसा बोला होगा कि
I want my team to win.
क्या बोलते? BGMI Lite में भी आ सकते हैं. अब में भी आ सकते हैं. मतलब कंफर्म नहीं है कि आ सकते. वो रील अभी काटा इसे टाइम पे होगा कि भाई कोई भी पागल बन गए. रील पे कभी भरोसा मत रखो.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Don't trust on any reels. रील होती है 30 सेकंड की. At least मेरे स्ट्रीम से जो काट के या किसी के स्ट्रीम से काट के बना रहे ना, उस पर ट्रस्ट मत करा करो. पहले पूरा देख लो. या तो मैंने मस्ती में बोला होगा या तो कुछ होगा. भाई मेरे को नहीं आइडिया है. वापिस ये रील बना के डाल दो. Bro, I don't have any idea of BGMI Lite. So please आप डायरेक्टली ऑफिशियल से पूछ लो.
Worth a shot.
पेमेंट आईडी चेंज किया है सर जी. अनब्लॉक नहीं हुआ. ओके मैन.
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world. So you can cover.
और एक्टिंग के बादशाह हो जी.
Cover it all.
That's great.
और एक पटेल भाई आ चुकी है मार्केट में. Thanks for 29.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs.
हैक पकड़ी गई तो टीम को. अरे माँ क्या आप तो पेरिस में बैठे बैठे मैसेज कर रहे हैं.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Ali, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so much.
Yeah.
खत्म हो गया भाई लोग.
Getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need
This
a
is
raise.
the end.
I have my key.
How did you?
ऑफिशियली एंड हो चुका है मैच 1 से प्लेयर वर नॉट फीलिंग गुड, तो क्या सारे मैचेस दोबारा होंगे? क्या कल तक सारे प्लेयर्स ठीक भी हो पाएंगे? आई डोंट थिंक सो। ये तो काम 25 हो गया ब्रो। मैचेस डिले कैंसिल हो गए भाई लोग, ऑफिशियली मैचेस कैंसिल हो गए। कैंसिल इन द सेंस कि वो कल या परसों जाएगा, वैसे तो अभी हो गया। फिर आज का पेडी बैक है। बढ़िया है। अगर प्लेयर्स के हेल्थ सही नहीं है तो वो करवा के फायदा भी नहीं है मैचेस आगे का, समझ रहे हो? सम टेक्निकल इशू है, टेक्निकल इशू नहीं है, हेल्थ खराब है प्लेयर्स की, जो है वही है। आप वही चीज रखो ना कि ऐसा करो कि भाई टेक्निकल ये टेक्निकल वो हैकिंग ये वो, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। वहाँ पे प्लेयर्स की तबीयत खराब है, वहाँ पे बहुत लोग वॉमिट कर रहे, तो उसके चक्कर में मैचेस जो आज के हैं वो कल होंगे, अब कब होंगे वो मेरे को भी नहीं पता। मैं भी ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि क्या है क्या नहीं, ठीक है? तो जो रहेगा वो आपको पता लग जाएगा मैचेस कब से है।
And reaches La Cubrilla, and we see as a fact that Hora and Godlike, and hopefully also Chama, that might drop there, will not commit to the fight because, yeah, right now they're not in a good position. They cannot afford to lose points, and
technical issue है, technical issue
bad.
And for Godlike, I mean, you don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more illums than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in the stance of Hora.
Yeah, no. Again, yeah, if they were doing much better in the last 4 matches, if they had,
जो बंदा वहाँ पे बैठ के मैसेज कर रहे हैं वो गलत थोड़ी होगा भाई।
Feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really try and contest this. It really is down to who had it first and up to the other team to kind of figure out where the else they want to go.
This is the end.
I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
Even if you lose a player, right, it just hurts your potential performances onto Miramar. So yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with him. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was Hustler Crew, onto Erangel in their group stage, and like, you know what, it's just not worth it. Let's give it up. And I think that was one of the best changes in this entire tournament, was from Godlike, and I want to see that bleed into Miramar going into today.
Maturity, honestly, from the first time being at a global event, especially in finals, and well, during group stages, it ended up happening. But maturity out of that player for S-Power, saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops. We want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop, or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further, and I just hope that you guys can find that great little key that you need to be able to push through into those final zones and capitalize on those eliminations. They have it in them. You've got it in you, and I believe that you will be able to do that. Obviously, we may need a little bit more time to sort of get that, but I just like the way that this team calculates and puts in a strategy. Might not work out for them, but then they'll try a new strategy that they'll be able to solidify a lot more in this competition. So look, I think they can do it.
Yeah, especially for both teams being in the second page. You want to be able to build up the momentum. We've seen some teams being able to build up momentum and just carry it on throughout the matches. Only 3 days here at PMWC, at EWC 26, the finals. We've been sending it to Jackie over and over again. Then I want to see what Hot Jukes and Blank are up to.
Woo! Thank goodness the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some pool was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far, honestly, in Paris. Very, very fun. I mean, we're here right now in the Players Lounge, which is honestly ginormous. I think the first place we saw when we came in. I'm trying to hit some trickies right now, but it ain't happening. Also, I just want to let everyone know that I play pool. But I don't really, I play snooker. So it's very different for me.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing at all. Matter of fact, I've never even seen a snooker table in real life. This is the game to play. I thought it was only one singular game. Yeah, I'm gonna break the rules. Okay, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? I think I'm gonna break the rules in terms of where I'm. He is looking to take the shot. Will he hit the stripe? Little bounce shot. There we go. Well, you know, we're getting things figured out here. Let's see if I can finally hit one of these things.
Okay. So what have you thought about the tournament so far? I mean, for me, the tournament's been great. I've really enjoyed it. It's been insane. There's been some crazy moments. That's a good shot. It's a good shot too. Fourth thrives look fantastic. I mean, Orangutan, Godlike coming in over towards that top 5 is just some crazy stuff. Couldn't believe it. I think everyone I've talked to whilst they're being here said they have taken care of here as well. Plenty of stuff that we're taking advantage of as well. Honestly, that's the big thing. Like we're having actually kind of a pretty damn good time here. All right. Yeah, we got 3 games. I do watch the other ones, but afterwards I like to come chill here. It's a lovely spot.
This place is stupid, to be honest. It's ridiculous. Dude, the by far some of the best food I've ever had at an event ever. And this place really does have it all, dude, right? I mean, like every game you can imagine.
अपन मिलते कल के स्ट्रीम पे, कल की वॉच पार्टी पे मिलते। अपन कल की वॉच पार्टी पे मिलते। तब तक के लिए अपना ध्यान रखो। जो नो लिख रहे हैं ना, वो आपको पता लग जाएगा कि मैं क्यों एंड कर रहा हूँ। अब मैं मेरे मुंह से कुछ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, वरना मेरे को मेल आ जाएगा अभी फटफट से। मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, बट मैं अभी निकलता हूँ, ठीक है। आज अपना जो रैंक पुश है वो कुणाल कर रहा है। अगर आपको देखना है मेरी आईडी में जो रैंक पुश हो रहा है, वो कुणाल को जाके देख लेना, कोई इशू नहीं है। कुणाल गेमर वाईटी सर्च करना एंड जाके उसको प्यार दे दो, उसका मैच देखो। अगर वो हग रहा है तो उसको बोलो लव यू, अगर अच्छा खेल रहा है तो भी उसको बोलो लव यू। मैच हो रहे भाई, मैं जा रहा हूँ, मतलब क्या होगा अभी आप समझ लो ना यार। अभी अपन ने टाइम ट्रैवल कर लिया है। तो अभी अपन कल कंटिन्यू करते, फिर कल वॉच पार्टी करते अपनी जो भी है EWC की। कल मैचेस नहीं हुए बाय चांस, बाय एनी हाउ कल के भी मैचेस डिले मारते तो अपन वॉच पार्टी करेंगे ऑफ BGMS जो कि हो रहा है किक पे, तो आपको पता लग जाएगा। एंड बाकी कल रात की स्ट्रीम तो कंफर्म अपन कर ही रहे, तो कल रात को फिर मिलते हैं अपन लॉट्स ऑफ एनर्जी के साथ। तब तक के लिए अपने ध्यान रखो एंड मिलते हैं अपन डायरेक्ट कल। ओके, सी यू ऑल, टेक केयर, बाय बाय एंड दिस इज द एंड ऑफिशियली। आज का दिन समाप्त हुआ। चलो बाय बाय, टेक केयर एंड लव यू ऑल, बाय बाय। रुको, अरे आप भी नहीं रुकोगे, मैं बस बोल रहा हूँ ना कि अभी आप भी फोन बंद करके आराम कर सकते हो। दिस इज द एंड। चलो बाय बाय।